Fund, Mr. Vivek Singh, Senior Advisor, Niti Aayog, New Delhi, Dr. Prashant Pansare, Founder, CEO, Intellimint and Rubyscape, Dr. Biswajit Mohapatra, Head, Customer Solutions and CIO Advisory, Amazon Web Services, Mr. Sachin Sanghi, Principal Architect, Automotive and Manufacturing, Google Cloud, Mr. Amit Hiremath, Chief Technology Officer, Clarion Technology, Dr. Harold DeCosta, President, Cybersecurity, Mr. Nikhil Malhotra, CIO, Global Head of AI, Tech Mahindra. And we also welcome our esteemed guest present with us virtually, Mr. Reddy Malidi, Chief AI Officer and CEO, JNR Consulting USA, and Mr. Ravi Teja B, Founder and CEO, Ayat AI US. We are truly honored to welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Rajesh S. Sir. We also welcome Honorable Provost, Dr. Saili Gankar ma'am. We are also privileged to have with us our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellors, Dr. Ramchandra Pujari sir and Dr. Nachiket Thakur sir. And we also welcome Dr. Ganesh Pathak sir, Dean at MIT School of Computing. And a very warm welcome once again to all the esteemed speakers, deans, HOIs, faculty members, and students to this inaugural ceremony of the first Technoverse Conclave today. So to invoke divine blessings and to set a positive and harmonious tone for the day, we shall begin this conclave with a world peace prayer. May I request everyone to kindly rise up and join us for the world peace prayer. Thank you so much, everyone. And now may I request our dignitaries to kindly come forward for the lamp lighting ceremony.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहार
Thank you so much, everyone. And now we have a distinguished guest with us who is present with us virtually online, Mr. Reddy Malidi, sir. He's the Chief AI Officer and CEO of JNR Consulting USA. He's a visionary leader and bridges cutting-edge AI strategy with real-world implementation to deliver exceptional business outcomes. With over 2 decades of experience, Sir has led transformative initiatives across Fortune 500 and Fortune 2000 organizations through enterprise AI adoption, digital transformation, and operational excellence. An accomplished author and strategic advisor, it's an honor to have him grace this session with his virtual presence today. We are really honored to have you here, sir. Am I audible, sir? Ready, sir?
Hello.
Ready, sir? Could you please
Hello, ready, sir.
unmute?
रेड्डी सर को पिन करो, ये पिन मत करो.
Hello?
रेड्डी सर को पिन करो.
Yes, Reddy sir is there.
Pin him.
Ah,
हाँ.
okay.
He will.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Sir, am I audible, sir?
Hello.
Hello?
Reddy sir, am I audible to you?
Yes.
We can start, sir.
Do you want me to start my presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Just bear with me. Let me share my presentation. Can you see it?
Sir, it's visible. If... Yes, sir.
You can see the slides, right?
Yes, sir. We can see your slide.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I want to start my presentation with this beautiful sloka. Vagadhaveva sampraktau, Vagadha pratipataye, Jagatah pitarav vande, Parvati parameswarav. This was written by Mahakavi Kalidasa. This was at the beginning of Raghuvamsa. This sloka has a very profound meaning. We pray to the divine parents, Shiva and Parvati, to give us the ability to understand the spoken word and its meaning, and also give us the clarity of thought. I am deeply honored to be here at the first ever Technoverse Conclave. I greatly appreciate Dr. Sayali, Dr. Ramachandra, and Dr. Rajesh. The intellectual power at this event. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The intellectual power at this event is immeasurable with so many distinguished guests. Today, we're standing at the edge of the biggest shift in human history since the Industrial Revolution. But I'm not here to talk about coding or engineering. I'm here to talk about the architecture of the future. Whether you are a designer, an engineer, or a future CEO, the tools you will use to build your career, they have dramatically changed. Today, I'm going to show you how to architect the future with AI, how to be part of it, and how to lead it. First, let me give a few words about my background. I grew up in rural India with very limited resources and lack of access to education. Today, I lead AI transformations for billion-dollar companies. I held executive roles at Intel, ADP, and Autodesk. I built a $700 million business for Intel, and I led business and digital transformations, saving hundreds of millions of dollars. As for my AI journey, it started more than 3 decades ago when I was pursuing my master's in computer science and I wrote a game using neural networks. In 2019, I established an AI team at Autodesk and we developed our own machine learning models and deployed export compliance system to screen 50 million accounts. It saved us $35 million a year. In the last few years, I have delivered AI strategy and led many AI initiatives that generated over 150 million in annual savings. But here is something I want to tell you. Your financial resources and geography are no longer the limitations. It doesn't matter where you come from, rural, urban, and what part of the country you come from. I am highly convinced of the power of AI in augmenting the humans, us, and making us superhuman. As such, I have been a big... Hello? Can you guys hear me? I'm hearing a lot of noise.
Yes, sir. We are able to hear you, sir.
Okay. For that reason, as I'm highly convinced of the power of AI augmenting us, I have been a big advocate of AI. That conviction made me write 3 AI books to spread the knowledge and to pay it forward. People ask me, Reddy, AI has been around for 50 years. Why is it exploding now? The matter of the fact is Goldilocks moment had arrived for AI at the turn of the century. There are 3 things that happened that catapulted AI into where it is today. The first one is Moore's law enabled computing at exponential levels. I was a Pentium 3 product manager in late 1990s at Intel, and I knew this firsthand. GPUs became fast enough to process large amounts of data. Secondly, due to the internet and digital services, there is an explosion of data. We produce data equivalent to 2.5 trillion books every single day. If you stack those books, they would go around the earth 1,585 times. Lastly, algorithms have matured from simple rules to deep learning. Why does it matter? You are one of the luckiest generations. You are entering the workforce when AI has become real. You are graduating precisely when constraints that limited people they are being lifted. You can build things that were impossible just 5 years ago. Now you may be wondering, how big is the AI opportunity? One of the most cited projections is that AI will contribute 15.7 trillion to the world GDP by 2030. Can you imagine how big that is? That is 4 times bigger than India's GDP today, and it is 50% of the size of US GDP. That GDP growth and the money, they're not just going to the technical or technology companies like Google or Microsoft. It is going to healthcare. It is going to design, film, and logistics, a slew of companies and industries. No matter what your major or specialization is, your industry is about to get a massive influx of capital and opportunities. The question is, will you be the one taking advantage of that growth? When I released my book, AI Unleashed, in August 2024, all discussions were about generative AI, LLMs, ChatGPT, etc. There was very little discussion about AI agents, but that changed by early last year, 2025. Now, everywhere I go in the San Francisco Bay Area where I live, every billboard says only one thing: agents. There is a realization you can create AI agents to automate workflows, tasks you do to accomplish something, processing invoice, planning a vacation trip, or doing analysis of your stock portfolio. So what exactly is an AI agent? Let me use an analogy we can all relate to. Think of a skilled barista at your favorite tea shop. When you walk in, the barista perceives, they see you arrived, they remember you usually order a masala chai or coffee and observe the line is getting long. And the reason, it's Monday, you typically order a masala chai with less sugar. Then they act, they greet you, they start preparing your usual drink. Maybe they suggest you a pastry to go. They also have memory. They remember your preferences. They remember your usual order that you come in every weekday around 9 a.m. An AI agent works exactly the same way, just in the digital world. Here are the three core capabilities every AI agent has. Perception. Agents perceive their digital environment. They reason, they think about what they have perceived and decide what to do. And lastly, they take action. And of course, they also have memory. They remember the past interactions and learn from experience. The more sophisticated agents can even improve their performance over time. Today, with AI agents, a team of 3 can do the work of 50. That is radical efficiency. Startups can now have the operational scale of a corporation with the agility of a garage band. This is your slingshot to take down on a Goliath. Do you know how many employees does the company Gamma has? Just 50 people. And its market capitalization is $2 billion. Do you know how many people are at Perplexity? 250 people, and it is valued at a $20 billion market cap. AI is allowing innovation at a scale that we have not seen in our lifetimes. At University of California, Berkeley, there was a project that DeepMind, they're doing it together. AI was able to come up with new material structures very rapidly. When I was at Intel, we had the brightest material scientists in the world, and they took almost 10 years to come up with material that enabled transistors to go from 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions. That's the power of AI. You may be wondering, Reddy, this is all fantastic. If AI does so many things, will there be any jobs left? The answer is yes, but they will look different. The future belongs to those with fusion skills. It's not human versus machine, it's human plus machine versus human alone. We need engineers who understand ethics. We need artists who know how to use AI tools. AI is the essential skill for every role, whether you are an engineer, a marketer, or a designer. AI is also creating new jobs: orchestrators, model trainers, ethics experts, and so on. Now, the question is, how do you get the skills to get one of these roles? The first thing is for all engineers to acquire a solid technical foundation. It means knowing AI, machine learning fundamentals, statistics, and data science. The next thing is knowing AI landscape. AI moves so fast. Being in the San Francisco Bay Area, I hear technology developments that change every single day. Make sure to know what latest developments are and how they impact technical and business areas. If you're in design, arts, or other areas, learn how to integrate AI into your function. If you're a marketing guy, learn how to use AI to create content. Drive marketing operations with AI. Master the basics of prompt engineering. Focus on AI strategy, ethics, change management. Make sure you take AI courses and get certified. Get hands-on experience on projects. Get internships. Build a portfolio of projects to showcase your expertise to prospective employers. And network with other experts, cohorts, and industry leaders. We started this session with Kalidas's prayer about the union of the word and its meaning. As you walk out of this hall today, I want you to remember this. AI has mastered the word. It can write stories. It can generate code and answer questions. But you are the meaning. AI can generate text, but it cannot generate purpose. AI can generate logic, but it cannot generate compassion. AI can optimize the world, but only you can invent it. I grew up in a village where I had to walk 3 miles to go to my elementary school and to get the basic education. Today, you are sitting with all the knowledge, the human intelligence in your pocket. You have no excuses. The 15.7 trillion opportunity I showed you earlier, it is just a number. The real opportunity is what you will build with it to make life better for the next billion people and yourselves. Don't just be consumers of this technology, be the architects. The future is not just happening to you, it is being built by you. Go build something that matters. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you so much, sir. So we have some questions. I'll just say one of the questions from the audience.
Sure.
Which AI development today do you think is being underestimated but will have a massive future impact?
Well, in general, my opinion is AI's impact is being underestimated in many ways because many companies, they're looking AI as it's a technology tool. I completely disagree with that viewpoint because as I wrote my first book, AI Unleashed, every function from the time you get up till the time you go to bed, every function, every aspect of your life is going to be impacted by AI. Most recently, I met Demis Hassabis. He was the Nobel laureate and the founder of DeepMind. He also thinks that AI's potential is being underestimated. We're at the beginning in a very nascent stage. People have not fully, even the capabilities we have today, companies have not availed them yet. So the technologies are going to evolve. AI agents have a huge, huge potential to change things for the better for all of us. Any other questions?
Thank you so much, sir. We still have more questions, but we'll not take it now. But we're sincerely thanking Reddy sir for joining the program early at 9 a.m., well before his scheduled session, and for delivering an insightful talk on the big impact of AI. His punctuality and valuable insights greatly enriched the event.
Thank you.
So thank you so very much. This is on behalf of Honorable Professor Dr. Mangesh Karad sir, the Pro-Chancellor of this university. I hope he's able to hear me. Are you there, sir? I think he's left. Is he there? Is he online?
So thank you so much for taking this highly here. It was a kind of your gesture for accepting our invitation. Professor Dr. Mangesh Karad sir, the Pro-Chancellor of this university, is looking forward to meet you also. As we are setting up the AI school in the campus, your inputs and especially your books are very inspiring. That will help us to set up the roadmap along with the faculty members and current students which are there in the campus. Look forward to have more and more interaction with you, maybe on Zoom, maybe a master class where I would like you to talk to all the students at least for an hour. Thank you so very much for joining us early in the morning. I know the time is very smart. I request all the audience to give the round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And now to proceed with the felicitation of one of our esteemed guests here, Mr. Amit Hiremat, sir. I kindly request all our dignitaries to felicitate Mr. Amit Hiremat, sir. He is the Chief Technology Officer and Global Head of New Practices at Clarion Technologies Private Limited. With over 30 years of experience, sir is a seasoned problem solver, thought leader, and technology expert who has helped global organizations address complex business challenges using cutting-edge technologies. He has successfully conceptualized, architected, and delivered enterprise and web applications used by millions worldwide and has played a pivotal role in incubating and scaling key technology practices at Clarion Technologies. We are honored to have you with us here today, sir, and I now invite sir to say a few words.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you, ma'am, for inviting me on this dais of so many esteemed guests and a great session by Reddy Ji, sir, thank you. So, when I was invited for this session or AI Conclave, I was not sure what to kind of present. I thought AI as such, you have all the knowledge that is, as sir mentioned, it's in your pocket. But I thought I'll put down some of my experiences about what is AI in the real world, key message for all you innovators. Let me just see. So the agenda is simple, nothing too complicated. I'll just go. So just resetting some expectations about AI, right? AI as such, as I feel, is just a engineering marvel, okay? It is not magic, for sure. It is fundamentally built through engineering and a lot of effort by a lot of people to make it available commercially now, and which is what is helping revolutionizing this paradigm shift. Despite AI's power, as you know, there is a big saying, with great power comes great responsibility. But AI itself, as Sir mentioned, it itself is not responsible enough. It has to be made responsible, and that's going to be the challenge for all of us. and the reliability gap. So, that is the main challenge with AI itself. And why reliability is so important? Because, AI can tend to give wrong answers. As you know, everywhere you've seen AI, it always has a star saying that, this is given by AI, so do not believe it, kind of, right? And it can cause, in business critical or life critical situations where AI may be used, it can harm and also give losses. There could be multiple delays that could occur because of inaccuracies there. And if you want to build real world applications, like, if you want to use AI in ADAS, it has to be really, really reliable. Otherwise, there could be a loss of life. And, the reliable outputs are more better than smart or intelligent outputs. In terms of why AI is becoming more and more, I would say, famous, and everybody is kind of going for it. Of course, again, I'm talking about not just engineers, but everyone else, is because there's huge amount of content that is getting generated by ChatGPT styled answers, a lot of images and videos. In fact, the presentation that I'm creating, all the images are created using AI, right? I'm not that great a creative designer. There are a lot of demonstrations also that are happening, which is actually adding fuel to the fire. And the AI capabilities are being seen as something that is going to change your world. Whereas actually, it is not that responsible. You have to kind of really control it. Then comes the main challenge that a lot of people are having, not just students, but also in the industry, that there are job automation fears, that people may lose jobs to AI. Also, AI is seen as assisting humans in terms of repeatable work, which is more to do with documents, predicting failures, or automating repetitive decisions. The real work in AI, though, actually is not just this, the ChatGPT or the image or video creation or repeating task. It's more about data, right? Effective AI requires high quality data collection and ensure the accuracy and reliability. In this world now, actually data is the fuel. And if you have the right data in place, you can really build great systems. Then, of course, AI, since AI cannot exist on its own, it has to have supportive systems and also collaborating with other AI systems. And that's why you must have heard of MCPs, which is Model Context Protocols, which is developed by Anthropic, that framework, which is helping AI systems to integrate. So agentic AI is a great output of that. So I wouldn't get into details of MCPs. You can surely go ahead and study, look at it. And also, AI needs control and monitoring, right? It cannot be just let it do its own work. It has to be auditable. It has to be monitored. It has to be explainable. And it has to work within constraints. Otherwise, the trustworthiness and compliance may face a challenge. And why AI hallucinates? That this is one of the problems that we've been working with a lot of our customers as to explain to them why it could hallucinate. So one is, large models, the LLMs, like whatever OpenAI or others, Llama, they are based on likelihood or not verified facts sometimes, and they reflect probabilistic language patterns, right? As you must have seen, if you ask any question to the large language models, they usually answer in a very positive way, unless you specify that, okay, I want the negative side of it also, right? So their usual way is kind of giving a very positive outcome or output. And unless until you ask it to verify the facts, it will not do that. Plus, the knowledge that it is working on is all on what is on internet. It is not factual knowledge, okay? It may sometimes get into, and that's why you have all this fake news, fake videos, fake content that is coming up. Because they do not have the way to confirm whatever knowledge they are looking at, is it really or not? Is it really correct or not? And then confident gap filling. So when data is missing and ambiguous, models confidently fill gaps, which may lead to inaccuracies, right? It's, just to give you an analogy, if you look at the student here, so he is confident, but he doesn't know the correct answer, right? So he just configured and answers whatever he knows about, but it is not really factual based. So this is what even ChatGPT or AI can do. So how can we make AI more reliable, right? And that's where, as the innovators or engineers, CEOs, or if you want to create companies in AI, what are the principles that we could follow? This is something coming out of my experience. So whenever you are creating any AI models or any AI solutions, try to make it very trusted in terms of RAG, or I'll explain about RAG a bit. So avoid guessing, prevent AI model from guessing or grounding responses in verified data sources. Then use retrieval augmented generations, which is again a new thing which is helping AI to become more relevant and more, I would say, accurate answers. Principle 2 is guardrails. So you have to put in guardrails. In some of the solutions that have been created, there is a big mutual fund company in India which had created a AI chatbot for their website. And it was about, you can ask any questions about mutual fund investment and you could get answers. And when we went there, we said, okay, let's ask it to add 2 plus 2 and create a Python program for it. And then it did that, okay? On the mutual fund site, I could ask any question and it started answering. Now imagine the kind of use that it will have, and also the kind of loss the company will have while using the GPU for doing any kind of work other than what is mutual fund related. So you'll have to kind of set clear boundaries whenever you're defining any AI solution. Then human intervention is very, very, very important. Like as Mr. Reddy said, it is you who is creating, who is monitoring, who is managing, who is tracking AI. It is not the other way around. So, the AI systems need to be designed in such a way that any complex or sensitive queries where anything above logic is required, it should be escalated to humans. Then ensure that AI acknowledges uncertainty by admitting. As I said, it will confidently answer whatever you ask. But if you ask it to factually verify what it is saying, then you would know the right answer. Then it will say that, okay, I don't know about this. Or it will say that my knowledge is based on the factual, unfactual ones. So the other principle 3 is human in loop for critical decisions. So you have to have humans retaining the final decision-making authority. Application areas like healthcare, finance, law, these are safety, and these are all dependent on human in the loop. And AI to be used as a co-pilot. The name co-pilot given by Microsoft is very valid, and it should be used as a co-pilot and not as a main pilot. Then how do you make sure that it is reliable? So one is monitoring accuracy on any of the AI outcomes that you're going to get. Detecting drift. So identify if it is going away from what it is expected to answer or what it is expected to work within the data patterns and environments. Analyze the failures that it is going to have, and then ongoing improvement on it. And that's going to make it more and more reliable. So a lot of times our customers ask how reliable is the AI solution that you'll be giving. So predictions, we worked with customers in pharmacy where they had to predict the costs of the drugs based on 20 years of historical data. They wanted to predict the costs of drugs in next 1 year. And when they asked us that, can you, how much accuracy you can give for this prediction? So it's always, we always say that it's 60% to start with, but as and how we learn from the AI system, there's machine learning always is a major part of it, deep learning. It will reach 90%, but it's over a period of time. Over a period of time, data, and the pattern analysis and ongoing improvement. Based on what we have delivered to our customers, these are some reliable quality metrics that we have come. One is you have to identify the RAG precision. You can look at more details on RAG. You would have a lot of information. Then how do you reduce the hallucination? Answer reliability. How much can be the business be dependent on the answer the AI is giving? And the query response time. So these are 5 metrics that we have found. If we verify that in any AI solution, we should be able to make it more quality oriented. Then comes the question, which is AI dangerous? Okay, so Yes, AI is dangerous if it is misused in the wrong way, right? It can lead to privacy breaches, biased decisions, and unintended consequences. So I think we have to acknowledge that risk and make sure that it is, really balanced out. And some historical perspective, why AI is so important and how it relates to earlier, innovation. So calculators, as you know, was one great revolution. People thought mathematical process or mathematical thinking will go away, but that has not been the case. Without destroying that discipline itself, it's still continuing. Role of internet itself, it expanded the access to knowledge instead of destroying it. People thought, people will not study now, people will not, they will just Google every time they're asked about a question. But that's not the case. Actually, your knowledge is increasing more. Automation, now everybody thought that jobs will go or, it will take care of a lot of things, but it has created more jobs in the world. And this is similar to that. AI is a major paradigm shift that is happening right now. You have to all embrace it in the right way without any fear, sorry. This is one Jevons paradox that I kind of really read about how, any increased efficiency in using resources often leads to increased overall consumption of that resource. So it started as a study when coal revolution had happened. When coal was being extracted, it was done manually, so it was very time consuming and very inefficient. But when machines came into picture, the efficiency increased by 100 times actually, right, of extracting coal. But everybody thought that when the supply will increase, the demand will stay same, so it will go really bad or the business will go down. But as and how the 100 times you kind of extracted coal, the use of coal, actually the ways the coal could be used improved. And it went almost like 200, 300 times. So all the coal that was extracted could be used. And that's Jevons paradox. Same goes with our LED lights. Until LED lights came, people were always thinking is electricity is very costly. But now LED lights are very cheap in terms of operations also, in terms of cost also, and in terms of reliability and, longevity. Now, with that, if you see, now you get, you get contour lighting, you get mood lighting, you get, big sky boards, sky signs and everything. Why? Because, now it's cheaper and it's available and it can be used in multiple ways. So in fact, the production has increased, the use is increased. So that's Jevons paradox for you. You can look at it in, again, Google more. And then, basically there's a misconception of AI. There is nothing, AI is not taking over humans, but actually knowledge, people who understand AI have a competitive advantage over those who do not. The bright opportunity for all the students here could be AI systems engineers, data engineering roles, AI product management, ethics and governance experts. This is one big thing, and domain and AI hybrids. Now, domain-based I would say knowledge about AI is very, very important, like healthcare, finance. If you have good amount of knowledge over that it really adds a lot of value. So what you need to have in place to make sure that you win in this AI world. So one is you should have strong fundamentals. There is no way going away from that. It's Python, data structures, and the statistics. Those are the basic fundamentals that you need to be 100% sure about. Work with real data sets. Don't look at data sets that are messy, incomplete, or unfactual, right? You have to use real data sets. There's open data. There's a government portal called as open data. I'm not sure how many have seen. You can actually download data of India, anything in India, basically governance, and you can use that data to do any AI, work on that. Then create small and real projects. There is so much of, I would say, tools, platforms, free, everything is available. You should use it to your advantage. And have a skepticism. So you should always try to find out what is possible in AI, what is not, and control that. Closing message. So AI replaces repetition. It is not replacing human beings. It enhances engineering, absolutely amplifies the good engineering. Creative designs. So like you see all these images that I have added to the presentation is all created by AI, not me. And we have to promote ethical decision making. That is very, very, very critical. So the future belongs to responsible AI design, human-centered AI, and that's what I would suggest the future of AI builders are. Thank you.
is there.
So we'll do that. The basic.
Thank you so much, Amit sir, for your valuable insights and sharing that with us today here.
We have some questions from the audience. Can we have questions?
Very good morning, Amit sir. Myself, Dr. Rajini Sajjan. Being academician, I have one query about the immersive usage of AI in academics as well as from students' point of view, because we could see there are many student bodies attending this conclave, and day by day, whatever we are learning, we are not actually in need of any books as such with us to have some sort of studies and all. Even students are not that way interested into going through line by line kind of data that is available maybe offline or maybe online mode. They want to have some quick answers for whatever the queries they have in their mind. And somehow we are landing on one of the page wherein we as teachers, we have to deal with some sort of academic thought, and students, they have to deal with many subjects with different thoughts for all subjects. So on this particular platform, what we are as teachers facing the challenge like, students are utilizing AI tools, even we are utilizing AI tools, but somewhere we are trying to make sure, and we have to make sure that whatever they are following, are they on the right track? Even whatever we are discussing right now, because we have taken up all the points, those are related with industry, maybe some industry point of view as well as job seekers even. But as a student buddies and even we as teachers, how can we promote and how can we give guidelines to students like what kind of tools, in what way they can utilize even when they are not from AI domain. If suppose students are from mechanical, EC domain, mechanical kind of like, let us say civil or robotics and bioengineering kind of different domains, then how can they utilize these different kind of AI tools even when they are not familiar with them? And how can they seek some good jobs and they can dream of some good jobs in the domain of in their own interest with the help of some AI tools? So as a job seeker, I mean, do you have any kind of guidelines based on this particular platform? Because yeah, I hope that students must be having these kind of questions with them, many questions. So that's it, from my end.
Sure. So that's a big question actually. So I'd have to remember what all I was asked. But primarily I see that, as a I wouldn't say job seeker, but I would say more knowledge seeker. Suppose if I have to use AI in, one is of course as a, if I want to do a job as an AI engineer, or I want to use AI in my job, like suppose I am working as a manufacturing person or maybe in civil construction, how can I use AI? If that is the question, then I think knowledge-wise, there's huge amount of knowledge available. You could go to any of these LLMs and you will get. It's as good as a professor for you. You can ask questions, you can get the answers. But the main thing that still remains is you need to verify what you are getting from it. That's going to be the key thing. You cannot just blindly depend on what it is saying. And for that, you need someone, some human being or your professors to verify what it is saying is correct or not. You should be able to logically kind of have a discussion about it and say that, yeah, I think this seems kind of logical. And it can be done within the students themselves, I would say. So you can use any platform. There is no restriction on which platform to use. There are so many platforms available, so much of knowledge. But when you actually use it and try to really implement it in real life, try to verify what it is. And for that, you need to have your basics very clear. If you don't have your basics clear, as I mentioned, in terms of you want to get into a job into AI, data structures, statistics is something that you have to be 100% sure about what it is and what it means by data. How do you analyze data? How do you see data? Or how do you use data? That's more from an AI. But when you're looking at, like suppose if you're a healthcare professional and if you want to use AI, you cannot just depend blindly on it. You need to have your basics also clear and you need to verify what it is saying. So that's what I would say. I mean, you need to verify. That's very important.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. And now we shall proceed with the felicitation of our next. Now we shall proceed with the felicitation of our next guest, Dr. Aditi Gupta, ma'am. Actually, ma'am is having a session at SOC at 10:45. So I would like to introduce Dr. Aditi Gupta, ma'am. She is a passionate data and business analytics educator with a doctorate in business administration from Switzerland and a master's from Australia. She specializes in teaching data-driven decision-making, analytics tools, and business intelligence to university students and professionals. So I invite our dignitaries to kindly felicitate our guest, Dr. Aditi Gupta, ma'am. Big round of applause for our esteemed guest here today, Dr. Aditi Gupta, ma'am, a data and business analytics mentor. Thank you so much. And now I invite ma'am to.
Thank you so much, Amit Heremet, sir, Chief Technology Officer of Clarion Technology. Thank you so much for giving us the complete overview of it, because we were talking about it, that what is happening at World Economic Forum, where in Davos, Telangana, Maharashtra, Gujarat has signed tons of MOUs, understanding that this economy will be of $15 trillion by 2030. That kind of the transformation and economic changes are going to happen across the globe. Your inputs, especially which you gave it about how human, manufacturing, of course, healthcare, and I agree, what you have covered is very important. Was talking about that the ethical and transparency is very important while doing it. I think education is also taking a major responsibility to create the ethical, the workforce for the tomorrow's organization. Your session definitely, I'm sure, motivated everyone. The kind of experiences what he has shared with you, the question answer which was been done by the Rajini and him is also maybe a very long question, but I think that's the question which academia always has, that how to motivate students to put into the kind of classroom where they can learn, or maybe out of classroom beyond the boundaries. So thank you for that and coming here, I'm sure, because he has a meeting, that's why he's leaving right now. Therefore, I have come here to propose the vote of thanks. I request the audience to give him the round of applause for his contribution and visiting us. Look forward for your association with us for the School of AI at MIT Art Design and Technology. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Amit sir, and thank you, Saili ma'am. So we proceed with the felicitation of our next guest. I would kindly request our dignitaries to felicitate Mr. Manzood Alam sir. He's the head of Vocational Education and Training, Indo-German Chamber of Commerce. He brings over 20 years of rich experience across leadership, managerial, and entrepreneurial roles, working closely with government, industry, and development sectors, with expertise spanning skill development, education, policy, and institution building, and with global exposure across South Asia, Africa, and Middle East. We are honored to have with us Mr. Manzood Alam sir, Head of Vocational Education and Training, Indo-German Chamber of Commerce, IGCC. And now I would invite Mr. Manzood Alam sir to kindly say a few words.
Good morning, Good morning to everyone. And thanks, ma'am, for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. And topic is AI. And a lot of opportunities, lot of apprehensions about AI. So to begin with, I will just, there can be multiple aspects to it. But first thing which I would like to put here is why AI matters and for whom it really matters. The first aspect. So I live in Pune in a society, and I'll just like to share this. So in societies, every society's society management sometimes organize exhibitions where people come and sell their products, and all society people go and buy and all that. So last month in my society also, there was an exhibition, and all the people who were selling their products, they were all women, and not like women who have done MBA and technology. They all are household women selling different products. Some are selling garments or handicrafts or food products and all. And I started chatting with some of them, and I asked that how you started, how you are doing, and how things going, how you manage, and all that. And then after chatting, I realized that half of them at least mentioned that we are also a seller on e-commerce. And so these exhibitions, we participate 2-3 times in a month, and normally these exhibitions happens in the second half, in the evening hours. And our e-commerce business, mainly all the pickups, everything done in the up to 2 o'clock, and then the evening we come to sell these products. So these women are not very highly educated, but they are all selling their products on e-commerce platform like Amazon or Flipkart or Myntra, and they are also on the offline business. So then the question is I asked them how you are managing all this. And they say that we are able to manage, of course, with little support from their family members, but they don't know about AI as such, what AI is, but they are the beneficiary of the AI. They are using AI tools, which they don't know, but they are using it, right? So I asked them how it's working. So they said that when I upload my product on, say, Amazon, so Amazon has the training programs also, which are online available. So we go through it to give a basic understanding. Then through this platform, I learn that which all are similar products has been sold in last 1 week or 1 month or 2 months. And we understand that the best sellers, and I can compare the best seller products with my product. I can compare what are the other people who are selling the same product with the other pricing. So I keep always 10 rupees, 20 rupees less than what the others are getting. So they are getting the pricing information. They are getting who are the competitors who are selling. And in terms of marketing their product, so they also say that when you upload our product, the AI itself suggests that it should be put, or maybe we have to put a music or something on that, or so it gives some options to select, and we just select some options, and it uploads on the things. So then I realized that AI is not just helping the big businesses. Even the women, household women, are leveraging on these technologies and building their micro enterprises, right? So, so that's one of the aspects of AI which I look at, that how it's reaching out to the people who even doesn't know what AI is, but getting benefited very much. Other aspect I will take you use of it. Since morning we are talking about Davos and World Economic Forum, so that reminds me that World Economic Forum with the Government of India, the Department of Electronics, and Telangana government, they started a project on AI for AI, which is AI for agriculture innovation in Telangana. And I was going through the success story and case studies, and it says that they are doing in chili farmers in in Telangana. Telangana is very famous for producing chilies, and they are using AI technologies and apps for agriculture, and it's benefited a lot to farmers. Some of the numbers which were mentioned is like the crop yield has gone almost 22%, right? And then leading to per year, per season, additional income of $800 per acre. Huh? So if you multiply with the land they have, so that's kind of income. But what actually AI is doing there? So with the AI applications and tools, they understand that how much amount of fertilizer to be given, right? So controlling the usage of fertilizer, so no wastage. How much, if they are doing the protected cultivation, if somebody, so one is the open cultivation, other the protected cultivation. So how much temperature to be maintained, how much humidity to be maintained, when, and the market information, where is the market, what market price is today, and all that. So AI is reaching out to farming, agriculture, commodities, and even the irrigation system and the, for manpower. No? So now the drone technology and all is being applied in agriculture. So these are the impact of AI, which I see to the masses, to the rural areas, to the farmers, to the micro entrepreneurs, to the self-employed. Coming to the corporates, of course, I represent a chamber in the German Chamber of Commerce, and I also head the vocational education training, TVET, technical education and vocational education. And by virtue of this, as a chamber and also as a TVET institution, we always echo our sentiments of our industry, what industry feels, what industry shares, and the feedback. And for manufacturing industries, AI is playing significant role in terms of, say, preemptive maintenance, to quality checks, to effective resource utilization, supply chain management, and those kind of stuff. For MSMEs also, it's helping, although maybe the starting cost may be a bit higher, but I'm sure the way it's expanding, the cost is, there are cost-effective tools also available. So MSMEs are also leveraging, big corporates also leveraging on the AI. If we'll talk about the service sector, so I happen to be in Dubai for like in my previous assignments, and I learned that with this technology of like VR and all that. So they're working on a project that we all had, the biggest mall, Dubai Mall. Huh? So a project is, they are working on that, the whole Dubai Mall, they are using the VR technology on a virtual mode. So you can just log in and get a real experience of doing shopping in Dubai Mall. You can go inside the mall, you can put your own avatar, put the garment you want, you can see how you are looking, and then you choose it, you make the payment, you come out of the store, right? So that's all use of AI. So what I'm trying to say that AI is all across. It's touching our lives, whether we want it, we don't want it, we are using it, we are not using it. That's the other aspect. Now, as I said, from the vocational technical education and vocational training perspective, and we are, as Madam mentioned, that they are also going to start a school on AI. So I feel that it's very important to work with industry, not from the employment perspective, but also deeper industry engagement, because now a strong academia and industry collaboration is essential, right? in terms of the technical know-how, knowledge transfer, and getting your students to be trained hands-on. Because we keep hearing from our industry members that job roles are changing faster than the curriculum. So by the time one curriculum gets approved and start implemented, the role has changed, right? So earlier we used to develop our ITI system and the BWork systems used to develop technicians, but now the role is changing to AI-enabled technicians, to AI supportive quality controller, checker, data-driven supervisors, and so on and so forth. So the role is changing. So it's very, very important for an academic institutions to work closely with the industry for a more simulated training. For the training perspective, AI is helping to providing the simulators, like when you set up an academic institution and you provide training to your students, the setting of the laboratories and equipments and machinery which used to cost very high. Now there are simulation and simulators available through the AI using the AI technology that help us to provide the more industry-driven and realistic training at a more affordable scale, at more personalized learning at the higher scale. So that's the use of AI I see in the training point of view. From my organization, Indo-German Chamber of Commerce, our key effort has been to bilateral cooperations between India and Germany, and we promote dual vocational education. That's what the German model, which is globally recognized in Europe and other parts of the world, where the training happens not only in classroom but also at the industry. And industry is engaged from the development of curriculum to training plan to do the practical training. 70% of training in the industry on apprenticeship model. It also helps them to get an employment opportunity, faster recognition from that point of view. So now I see that a lot of discussions are going on at policy level also to develop a AI corridor between India and Germany, which will exchange technologies and research and ideas. So that is also being worked between the countries from the bilateral perspective. So a lot of things happening in that technology space. Indian universities also collaborating with the German universities for the faculty exchange, for the student exchange programs and those. So we are also open to expanding to the institutions to offer German technology programs in training aspects. So at the last, I see that there are a lot of students here, so I would like to address to them that I'm sure after some time you will enter into the workforce, and this is a time where a lot of transformation, disruptions will happening and will happen. But my suggestions would be you to don't fear for the technology, don't fear for AI, learn to work with them, learn to adopt, and the future will not belong only to those who know technology, but they also know how to use it for the right purpose. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights and motivating our students here today. So we have with us our next guest, Mr. Ravi Teja, sir. Sir has joined with us online from US. Sir is a seasoned technology leader with over 3 decades of experience in building and transforming global technology businesses. He is the founder and CEO at AI USA, pioneering agentic AI systems. Earlier, Sir has served as the global CEO of Robosoft Technologies, where he scaled the company sevenfold and led a successful private equity exit to Technopro Holdings, Japan. He's also worked with Nihilin, TCS, and Rolta. Sir holds an electronics engineering degree from MIT Allahabad and an MBA from IIT Bombay, and is based in Tampa, Florida, USA. It's an honor to have you here, sir, and grace this session with your virtual presence here today. I would now request
Thank you.
Ravi Teja sir to kindly address our gathering here.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Uh, I'm going to talk about how, in the age of AI, we are going to see organizations very differently and how it's going to rethink decision making in organizations and companies after implementing AI. I have just done the startup called Ayat AI. Ayat, we are building a product because I have been a CEO myself. I have sold to CTOs and CXOs. I understand how they work and how their life will change in the age of AI. So I'm building something for the CXOs and building digital teammates for the CEO. The name Ayat comes from a Sanskrit word called Swayat, means autonomous, basically capturing our vision of agentic systems that act with intelligence and a lot of control and guardrails. So we will explore how AI is reshaping organizational decision making. So what we plan to do in the next few slides is we have seen generative AI where it allows us to answer a lot of our questions and interacts with us. But in the age of agentic AI, the agents have capability to act, decide, and do things on behalf of humans. So they can be given a lot of authority, and the decision in the future would be what authority can we give AI and what authority can we keep it to ourselves as humans. So redistribution of authority between humans and machines will be the major uh, discussion in organizations. And we will be responsible for designing human AI decision systems, which will design the next generation of leaders. So I see students at MIT, whether they're engineers, managers, uh, or creative experts, how these leaders, engineers, and institutions define in the next generation. So basically, I'm saying AI is not a tool or a software, it is actually becoming my teammate. It's like hiring humans. I'm going to have teammates, AI teammates. And that's where I believe that most organizations are preparing for AI in the wrong way. And I saw Mr. Reddy also, who spoke as the first speaker from San Francisco. He was also in his book of AI agents talked very similar to what I'm presenting. So the AI era is every major leadership decisions when I made in my previous company, whether it was strategy or hiring somebody or allocating capital, I was significantly influenced by AI. It was not dashboards, it was not reports, but AI was my thinking partner. So if AI is my thinking partner, they can think, why do we just treat it like software? We need to go beyond treating AI as software. So the big shift that I see happening is AI is going to move from being a tool or software to a teammate. So we're moving from AI as automation to AI as agency. And when I say agency, an agent does not wait for instructions. It has its own initiative. So the old world AI, it can predict, analyze, automate, recommend. That's the old world. The new world AI, it observes, reasons out, decides, acts, and learns. And that's where the future is going. So the real disruption is not in job loss, it's actually decision redistribution across humans and machines. What decisions humans should take and what decisions we should allow AI or machines to take. And that's what we're going to answer in the next few minutes. So where organizations are getting it wrong is they're doing three mistakes. One is there's an overinvestment in models. We know that there are models, 5, 6, whether it's Grok or OpenAI or ChatGPT or Anthropic or any of these models. There's an overinvestment models and underinvestment in decision making, in understanding who's going to make what decisions. And we tend to call almost everything an AI agent without understanding the deep meaning and accountability. We keeping humans in the loop, instead of keeping humans in the loop, we should actually be having humans in the right loop. So if we have given autonomy to AI agents to do work, and still as humans, we're going to review everything that they do by saying that humans are in the loop, that's a very inefficient way of using agentic AI. We should be in the right loop. Humans should be in the right loop. That means we need to be building what are the autonomy levels that we need to give these AI agents? What are the guardrails that they need to have? So that, can we reverse some of the decisions if they are wrong? Because AI sometimes can hallucinate. So that's where the human's right loop is. So most companies added AI to broken processes and then blamed that AI was not really improving or not working. An example of a broken process is if you take AI in hiring. A company has a slow, biased hiring process. Their job descriptions are vague. That's the original problem. Job descriptions are vague. Interviewers are not aligned. Decisions are based on gut feel, and feedback loops are weak. This is already a broken decision system. And now if you add AI can screen resumes faster, rank candidates, shortlists faster. That sounds impressive. But managers still override these recommendations. Interviews are still unstructured. Final decisions are still political. No one is accountable for outcomes. So AI has made the broken process faster, but not better. So we need to relook at our business processes before we add AI to it. So same technology, different responsibilities, and one shared future. When I say we need to give more autonomy to AI, what decisions they can take, I look at three levels of autonomy. Assistive AI. That means this AI agent can only suggest, draft, and analyze. Autonomous AI with guardrails. That means they can act and decide with constraints. And the highest level of agentic AI is outcome owned. You actually make AI agents or teammates accountable for results and not for tasks. So the roles and responsibilities of the students that I speak to when they become engineers, managers. So engineers don't just write software, they design decision systems. So tomorrow when you work on AI projects, you're not just coding software, you're designing decision systems. Managers or leaders, they are responsible to, to decide how much of control and boundaries and accountability you give to AI. And as students, when you get into the corporate world, you become most valuable professionals in the next decade. It's not just, you will not be competing with AI, you will actually orchestrate it. So a concrete example of how we can make AI autonomous, how we can give them more decision authority, imagine a CFO having an AI teammate that doesn't just show dashboards, but this teammate wakes up. In fact, they don't need to wake up because they are 24/7. Every morning asking a simple question, where are we leaking cash today? It watches all the transactions that happen. It flags anomalies. It recommends actions. It acts on it, and it learns from these decisions. So this is not analytics. This is operational intelligence. So you're moving from just automation and analytics to operational intelligence in an example of a CFO teammate. So the future that I am seeing is the future belongs to those who can design human AI teams, not just AI systems. So for students, all of you sitting and graduating from MIT, your advantage won't be coding AI, it'll be deciding what AI should decide and what humans should decide. So AI won't replace humans, but humans who understand AI teammates will replace those who don't. So that's a simple future that I'm trying to articulate when AI today, AI natural intelligence will move to AI general intelligence and then AI super intelligence, where AI might become smarter than humans. I'm open for questions.
Thank you so much, Ravi sir, for your valuable address here today. And do we have any questions from the audience?
Thank you. This is Dr. Harshavardhan Bhatkar. I'm a physicist, not an AI specialist. So my question is a little different. When you say a teammate is, you have to treat AI as a teammate, but then we hold them accountable in physical form as well. Someone doesn't show up, there is a regulatory something around it. So if AI makes a mistake and it's a strategic mistake, how do you really take responsibility in real life?
Sorry, I couldn't hear the question. If somebody can take a mic and
am I audible to you?
More clearer.
Am I audible to you with this mic?
Sorry, I can't hear. Can you repeat the question?
Is this audible to you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so my question is, we hold our human teammates accountable in a different way when they make a mistake. So if AI makes a strategic error for yourselves, then how does a company take responsibility in real life?
Yeah, a good question. While I'm building my own product and platform for agentic AI, which I'm calling it the IAT AI platform, I talked about 3 levels of autonomy, assuming that we have given full autonomy to an agent and the agent makes a mistake. I talked about how we need to have guardrails and audit trail, and especially riskier decisions. If they are life-threatening decisions, you will not authorize the agent to be taking that decision without human intervention. But if you have given certain autonomy and agents to decide, you still have the ability to do an audit trail. You still have an ability to reverse that decision, and you still have an ability to, in a way, because I'm talking to them as teammates, they will have both punishment and reward for making the right decisions. So those guardrails and controls will still be available in a system that that I'm trying to create, and I'm sure most systems, agentic systems, will be created that way.
Thank you so much, sir. We have one more question.
as AI systems are going to be the teammates, so how much percentage of autonomy should be given to them in terms of step by step? It is a gradual process. So how much in percentage it should be given? Because it is a iterative process.
Yeah, my experience as I am rolling out my product to companies here in the US is that a lot of people are still taking agentic AI products very with a lot of suspicion and with a lot of proof of concepts. So that I foresee that the initial levels of autonomy will be less as and when the trust is created, as and when the agentic systems prove that their ability to get things right is getting better and better, start giving more levels of autonomy to the AI agents. So assuming that if you take an analogy of a human, when you get somebody fresh from campus, hire them, you train them, you give them some tasks, and they perform those tasks. And as you get more trust, you actually elevate them and give them more responsibility. So I see that level of autonomy will increase as trust will increase over a period of time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I request Honorable Provost Ma'am, Dr. Saili Gankar Ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ravi Tejaji, for joining us from the USA. Your session was really insightful, especially the boardroom to be handled in terms of decision making. I think we have seen that how the boardroom was with the president of USA, where all the leading organizations were there, and he was conducting that. But however, I think your session, which really helped us to understand how we can focus on redistribution of authorities, human AI decision systems. And you said very nicely that AI is not a tool, it is a teammate. I think that gives a wonderful insight and more introspection that how we can really look into it. The people who are still sitting on the dais, all are CIOs, CS, the CTOs, and of course, managing directors of various firms and leading organization. I think it's a good message to all of us. And you also said one word which is very important, that it is a thinking partner. I think that's very important for the engineers to make the product, we can say that. And at the same time, how to use it as a customer, we really need to look into it. Thank you for giving that insightful presentation, understanding people who are sitting here, engineers, managers, and of course the students. We are grateful to you for sparing your time early in the morning, midnight of yours. Thank you, look forward to see you, and I'm sure that if you're visiting India, do come to the MIT Art Design and Technology University. A loud applause for Ravi Teja sir. I hope you will be able to hear this, at least the clap. Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you, Raviji.
And my product is being built in Pune, so I will be definitely visiting Pune. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic! Because the team of this campus, School of Computing, is almost having 4,000 to 5,000 students, having more than 300 faculty members. And recently, they participated in hackathon where 800 teams participated, and out of that, at national level, 10 teams participated, 5 won the prizes. So I think these kids are really good. Those who would like to take up the projects, real life solution, the case, what you say, that used cases, so those we are looking forward. Let's see how we can partner, how we can collaborate for this generation to really contribute across the globe. And of course, your platform will help us. Thank you and many congratulations for Ayat.ai. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, and give my regards to Dr. Karad.
Sure,
and
sir.
all the entire Karad
Yes,
family.
sir.
I've
Yes.
visited MIT in person and spoken in person. Thank you.
That time you were with the Neolian Technologies, I still remember. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Once again, sir was patiently joining with us since 9 a.m. IST. And to begin with the next felicitation of our esteemed guest here, Mr. Mayuresh Raut, sir, I would request I would request our dignitaries to kindly felicitate Mr. Mayuresh Raut, sir. He's the co-founder, C-Fund, and brings over 29 years of leadership experience, working with global clients across data science, analytics, and consulting in sectors such as financial services, manufacturing, and healthcare. Sir has held leadership roles with renowned organizations including GE, IBM, and Novozymes, as well as startups and family-owned enterprise across US, Europe, and India. An active startup investor and mentor for over 15 years, Sir has deep expertise in venture capital strategy and change management. We are honored to have you with us here today, sir. And I request sir to kindly say a few words to our audience here.
Hi, thanks for having me. Always a pleasure to be here. I was just telling the folks on the dais, do they need another guy to come in and drone on about AI? It's a thankless job. I can't get my kids to even give me a minute, and then here I'm put in front of, 100 students trying to figure out what the future holds. So I will not dwell on, I intended on speaking on why AI, what's happening globally and in India. I mean, that is crucial for you. And what can you guys do? Forget India, that is too far away. What can you guys do? If I can leave you with what you can in whatever little roles that you're playing at this point of time, and with some stark facts, hopefully I would have done some service to being called here. So, what's happening? I miss the Davos element of it. There are some very interesting things happening. It was only a few years back when I was a student here with you, but I'd like to bring a perspective that we work, given our experience with working with policymakers, with working with several state governments, working with the central government, working with young founders like you, making investments, and then being part of our national missions, quantum, AI, semiconductors, what have you. We have investments all across this space, and it's a fantastic time. So what's happening globally? No matter how you think what the US is doing, what our good old friend Donald Trump is doing, I think he's doing a service for all of us. We used to field a lot of calls from Indians who, like us, have gone out and studied and didn't know what the future held for them. A lot of uncertainty. That has become a flood of calls after the H-1B fiasco, after wives not being allowed to work there, after the path to residency for their kids, green card is all out of the window. Now, this is a small window of opportunity that we as India have, and if we don't create enough opportunities for these guys, not to speak about you guys, but all our best brains who are all across the world, then probably we would have missed the bus once again. We've already lost the crypto plot, given our government's view of it, for right or wrong. I mean, that's another topic of discussion. The IT services piece, the big incumbents are publicly disclosing huge numbers. Quietly, they are shedding a lot more other employees. And on this, at the same time, the government is struggling to create jobs. So it is incumbent that all of you turn job creators. You can't rely on either these big incumbents giving you jobs or the government. I mean, one stark fact, for the first time ever, Harvard and MIT struggled to place their MBA batch, for the first time ever. So investment banking as a career, not going to exist anymore, at least by the truckloads that was being hired. Consulting jobs, which all the tier 1 Ivy Leagues used to hire, not going to happen. Some of the best in the US are not even going and doing their 4-year undergrad degree. Google doesn't demand an undergraduate degree. All they care about is show me a GitHub repository, and if you bring what I need, I'm more than happy to hire you. So in this uncertain world, what do you need to do? You got to, I mean, it's a great thing that MIT is thinking of having an AI school, but where we struggle a lot is basic research we struggle, but translational research. For the longest time, folks like us have been beneficiaries. I'm sure your seniors would have trod the same path, done their undergraduate here and went to the US. Our best and brightest still were working in the world of bits. Go work with Google's, Apple's, what have you. But it's a small flame, but I see engineers like us who are getting their hands dirty. building out products, building out space aircrafts, rocket launchers, working with drones. I mean, we all saw what happened with Operation Sindoor. I was surprised that one of my portfolio companies has hired 3 undergrad students from the older campus, and these guys are going to put data centers in space. When we made this investment about 7-8 months back, everybody was scratching their head. How will this even pan out? There is so much engineering that still has to be built out. And lo and behold, now everybody from Jeff Bezos to Sundar Pichai to OpenAI, Sam Walton is talking about putting data centers in space. It's a no-brainer. Given the level of compute intensiveness, given the amount of energy that is required, you can't afford to not look at space. How many of you have heard of the Kardashev scale? Do any of the professors would know. The Kardashev scale measures civilizations on how much is the energy that you are exploiting from the star in your solar system, in your galaxy. Our biggest star is the sun, and we are exploiting almost 1/2 billionth of that energy. We're not even at a Kardashev 1 civilization. A Kardashev 1 civilization is that extracts 100% of this energy. So when we talk about reducing global emissions, curbing consumption, I think we are barking up the wrong tree. We have to figure out how do we open up vistas and opportunities for all of you. Instead of curbing carbon emissions, we should be looking at how do we exploit new age skills, new age technologies like AI, not to even speak of quantum, so that we start exploiting all these human natural resources that are available by the bucket loads, but we currently don't have the technological know-how to do this. Why should we be limited by the speed of light? Why should the laws of physics as we know should be the bounding factor? That's where AI comes in. One other important thing that you got to realize is for the longest time we were talking with our, and I'm not interested in talking about what is not working in the country. Enormous number of things are not working in the country. I'm not interested in talking about that. I'm sure the people in the dais are not, and neither are you, because all you hear, neither are you. All you hear is, ye nahi hota hai, udhar wo hota hai. When was the last time you heard the leader of the nation devote a disproportionate amount of energy on basic research, fundamental research? How many guys of you have heard about the ANRF, the RDIF? If you're not, you guys should go down and Google that. This is a 1 lakh crore scheme, $12.5 billion. Maybe it's gone down because the rupee's gone crazily devaluated. This is for the first time to address the issues that all of us have been struggling. If we do not translate basic research into activities that are of commercial use, then we don't have a future at all. A huge amount of money is going to be devoted to institutes like MIT, I hope, but our institutes of national prominence like the IITs, the IICs, the NITs. What will this do? This will hopefully start making the drive and the push for faculty to jump headlong into working with founders like you, so that there is a playbook that is established in IIT Madras, where we have several faculties who are not only members or founding advisors of startup companies, but they're actual founders. We don't expect to see that, but we definitely hope to see a lot of the faculty start jumping into this, because they have a lot to add to the table. The focus so far has been on churn out papers, academic research papers. It has to move from there to TRL levels. How do we progress that? How do we move from an idea to a prototype to a commercial product and then get it out in the marketplace? The other point I wanted to make is, what do you guys have to do? I don't think there is any value for folks like us to come in and tell you what is AI or how do LLMs work, but you got to figure out how do you translate that into opportunities to work with actual industry. Pune and Bangalore are barely 840 kilometers geographically, but the way Bangalore works is completely different. It is still absolutely possible for any one of you to reach out to anybody of us. It is absolutely possible for you to reach out to any of our unicorn founders. That is lacking in places like Pune. Coming to brass tacks about the AI piece, the Chinese world and the US world there's a complete diversification. The US LLMs are being all closed systems, whatever OpenAI is putting, whatever Google Gemini is doing, whatever Amazon is trying to do. But the Chinese have gone open sourced. And there's a geopolitical play here, which not many people understand, which is the US economy as of now. If you look at the NASDAQ, if you look at the NYSE, it is largely driven by whatever you want to call these 8 horsemen, Fanga, whatever that is. If you take these 8 guys out of the equation, the US economy is in recession. That is a stark fact. Now, where the Chinese want to hurt these guys is, these guys are going after hyperscaling, after GPUs, and it's an incestuous circle. OpenAI buys GPUs from NVIDIA, NVIDIA cracks a deal with Amazon, and it's a whole pack of cards. When all these models will be open sourced, then all bets are on the table. Where is the business model for OpenAI? Where is the business model for Google, right? LLMs are, I put out a post, I think last January, when DeepSeek came out with their LLM, and I think that was one show and tell that India needed, that we don't need to rely on hyperscalers. They commoditized the entire LLM architecture, the frontier technology, and now it's a pure engineering problem. Where India has to, India can't play the US game. India doesn't have the firepower, the balance sheet to build out hyperscalers, GPUs. Neither can it play the Chinese game, where they're extremely good with the physical intelligence piece of it and the platforms around that. India has to go after population scheme problems. We have to go after messy problems like education, like finance, like the guardrails that we have on UPI. India has traditionally been very vernacular, language driven, and it's a voice market. Why should we be constrained by LLMs? Why can't our founders look at SLMs, MLMs? Why can't we look at our voice first IT services businesses? I was part of this business about 15 years back. Everybody's struggling. I'll give you 2 examples from my portfolio companies. As a founder, do you want to play the software game where a Series A is approaching $20–30 million? I'll give you another stark fact. All of you will be aware of what SaaS businesses are. The way SaaS businesses have been run, that playbook is long dead and gone. To reach a $1 million ARR was a monumental milestone, and it took anywhere from 3 to 4 years. Now you are running across startups. All of these are in the US and some in China. These guys are reaching $100 million in 6 months, 8 months, 1 year. How can our Indian founders play against these kind of crazy scale-up opportunities? The best I have seen in India is somebody who scaled to $500,000 in 45 days. He will not even reach $10 million in 4 or 5 years. So is that a game that you guys can afford to play? I don't think so. I'm not one of the biggest fund in India, neither am I the smallest. But all our large funds are in a spray and pray mode, hoping one of them sticks. You can't be an AI founder with an LLM wrapper and say that I'm an AI startup. You are not. You're kidding yourself. I have 2 examples to quote from my portfolio company. One of the portfolio companies was the first one to jump in on the LLM and Gen AI bandwagon. We expected there'll be a breakout. They will approach somewhere the 10 million. They're not a consumer startup. They're an enterprise startup, but they're struggling. They're struggling because they don't have the stickiness that a vertical demands. They don't have the data lake that other founders have. On the flip side, I have another startup, which is probably 3 years post the earliest investment that I made, and this guy can't keep up with the demand that he has. He can't hire enough talent. What is the differentiator? The guy has a fantastic product that solves a particular need that a particular industry has. And he can't keep pace with what the demands are. That is the key stark differentiator between just being an AI startup for the sake of AI or solving a real particular problem in the marketplace. Which are the areas that India can play on? I think we have a fantastic digital guardrail infrastructure, I think there is no reason why AI can't be an add-on to that. We have quantum waiting in the wings. I'll narrate another incident, and this should give you an indication of what are the resources that the government is throwing on after some of these sovereign key technologies. Sindhu demonstrated once and for all, we cannot rely on anybody. We can't rely on a sovereign technology where one day Microsoft just turns off the tap like they did with Nayara when Russia invaded Ukraine. All of you are aware of what happened in Doklam, right? Our armed forces were struggling to find out what is the communication that is going on the Chinese side. We couldn't track them. Do you know why? Because they are using quantum communication even as we speak. The Chinese are 6, 7, 8 years ahead of the US, forget us. And that's when alarm bells started ringing within the Indian ecosystem. And then we figured out that we have to have our own quantum communication startups. We have to have our own post-quantum society plans, right? Our Prime Minister talks a lot about the global South. AI is another piece that India can be a forerunner in this. Look at what's happening. Again, I'll come to the US and Chinese example. The rest of the world doesn't trust China for obvious reasons, and they can't afford US models and LLMs. Who can fill in that gap? It has to be founders like you and who can throw in all our software legacy of 20, 25 years. Another area which I believe is going to have another renaissance is analog computing. Why should everything be digital, right? I mean, you and I don't commute in zeros and ones. The animal kingdom doesn't communicate in zeros and ones. So with the power of AI, the power of quantum, I think neuromorphic chips, I think edge computing, I think IoT. ISA has just taped out a chip that is exactly addressing this problem. So all these areas with our engineering skill sets, which are software services skill sets, we are fantastically well placed. What I want to urge MIT to do is we need to have frontier labs. We need to have founders who can build out products, ship. You got to ship as soon as possible. You can't have academic papers for the sake of academic papers. If we have our own playbook, I think the world will not remember who was the first guy to have a frontier model, but they will remember somebody like in India who went out and solved these messy problems with the constraints that we have. That will be a playbook that will be worth adopting by the rest of the world. And I think you guys would have a fantastic and enormous role to play in that. I hope I've woken you up. I hope I have pulled you away from your phones. The one thing that differentiates you and my generation is you don't know fear. You are not constrained by your dreams. We grew up in an era of one landline, one Doordarshan, and going out of India was you got dollars by hundreds. You are not constrained by that. If you don't make this count, then I think all the resources that all of us are trying to do will be a waste of time. So good luck to you, but make sure you harvest this opportunity as best as you can. Thanks for having me again.
Thank you so much, Mayuresh sir, for your valuable insights and sharing that with us today. Also, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our Honorable Executive President and Pro-Chancellor, Professor Dr. Mangesh Karaj sir. Please join me in welcoming sir here and to grace this occasion with his presence here today. So we'll begin with the felicitations of our esteemed guest here, Professor Vivek Singh. I would request all our dignitaries to kindly felicitate Professor Vivek Singh, Senior Advisor, MIT-ADT New Delhi. Sir has served as a professor at premier institutions, including the University of Delhi, Banaras Hindu University, South Asian University, and Banasthali Vidyapeeth, holding key academic leadership roles such as head of department and dean. Sir's research interest spans information systems, scientometrics, text analytics, and science and technology data analytics. And we're once again honored to have you with us here today, sir. Our next distinguished guest, Mr. Prashant Pansare. Sir is the founder, CEO, Mr. Prashant Pansare. He's the founder, CEO, Intelliment, and Rubiscape, a globally respected business analytics firm, a disruptive innovator in data analytics. He focuses on next generation technologies and fostering entrepreneurship. His work has earned prestigious recognitions including SAP Analytics Innovation Award, EFQM Business Excellence Award, Entrepreneur of the Year by World Corp US, and Deloitte India Technology Fast 50. Next, we call upon our distinguished guest, Mr. Sachin Sanghisa, Principal Architect, Automotive and Manufacturing, Google Cloud. Sir brings a rare blend of enterprise technology strategy and hands-on manufacturing leadership. With 17 plus years in enterprise software business development and 11 years of operational leadership at General Motors, he specializes in driving digital transformation for manufacturing organizations using AI, IoT, and cloud technologies. He's known for translating the market insights into impactful digital solutions. Next, I call upon Mr. Shrikant Sarda sir. Sir is a highly accomplished technology leader and advisor with over 3 decades of experience in shaping and executing enterprise technology strategies. Known for his strategic vision, operational excellence, and hands-on leadership, he has successfully guided several Fortune 500 organizations through complex digital transformation. And Sir currently serves as the Chief Strategy Officer at Growth Sense Group, co-founder and former managing director at Accenture. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Harold DeCosta. Sir is a renowned expert in cybersecurity and currently serves as the President, Cybersecurity Corporation and Independent Director at SECOM Limited, a premier PSU of the Government of Maharashtra, with a multifaceted career spanning government, corporate, banking, telecom, oil and gas, education and IT sectors. Sir is a respected advisor to law enforcement agencies and an international trainer in cybercrime investigation, cyber forensics, digital evidence, and cyber law. There is a leading authority in combating the cyber threats and strengthening the cyber resilience. We have with us our next distinguished guest, Mr. Nikhil Malhotra, sir. Sir is the Chief Innovation Officer and Global Head of AI and Emerging Technologies, a WEF Fellow for Artificial Intelligence. He is a creator and principal researcher of Project Indus, India's first Indic large language model developed by an IT service organization. As the founder of Makers Lab, Sir has architected large-scale enterprise AI platforms, including Tech and Orion, and led breakthrough initiatives. And we have our next distinguished guest here, Dr. Biswajit Mohapatra, sir. Sir is the Head Customer Solutions and CIO Advisory, Amazon Web Services, with nearly 3 decades of experience in building and scaling large-scale, multi-cloud and generative AI initiatives worldwide. Sir has also led landmark transformations across the leading organizations such as AWS, IBM, TCS, Zensar, and Canway, driving multi-billion cloud pipelines, enterprise modernizations, and global delivery excellence. We are once again honored to have all our esteemed guests here with us today, and let's have a huge round of applause for their presence here at the very first Technoverse Conclave of Artificial Intelligence 2026. And now, I would invite Dr. Prashant Pansare, sir, to address the gathering here.
Good morning, everyone. It's absolutely a pleasure to be here this morning. And thank you, MIT, for inviting us here. It's also heartening to see while India is making a lot of inroads in artificial intelligence, we have our Honorable Prime Minister as one of the strong advocate and promoter of AI technology from India. And he has been speaking about it on all global platforms. We also have, our state honorable chief minister who is actually constantly promoting this Maharashtra as a data center capital of India. And here at MIT-ADT, we also have this Technoverse, and that is why in context, it is quite heartening to know that the AI school is also getting incepted here. So I think there would not be a better time for this generation of students to start their career in artificial intelligence. I think enough has been said about what it is, how to do it. So I would not repeat what has been already said, but I want to give you a little different context about the artificial intelligence, and I'm going to give you some real life examples and success stories. So when we look at the artificial intelligence as the new thing that has come up, there are also lots of speculation. People think that, okay, is it going to take away jobs? It will displace jobs. It will actually change the way we live and the way we use technology, particularly AI technology at core. So let me give you an example so that you can understand, right? Maybe few decades back, every household for washing clothes, they would have either they'll do themselves or they'll have some domestic help. And then the washing machines were introduced. So what was washing machine? It was a form of artificial intelligence to ease out some human effort. And then first it was semi-automatic machine. You would have two buckets, one will wash, another will rinse, and then you'll pull out the clothes and put that for drying, right? So it was a semi-automatic process. Then came in fully automatic machines. And now if you actually see, you have these front-loaded fully automatic washing machines with the dryer without a stink as a flavor or a feature, right? So now look at the way this technology usage has evolved. So, if husband and wife are working, morning they want to leave for office, they simply put the clothes in a washing machine and go to the office. When they come back in the evening, the clothes are dried. They just pull that and put that into a laundry bag, right? And the clothes are not stinking in spite of being in the washing machine whole day. So understand that some human dependency has been eliminated. There is a self-reliance, but the technology is being used. Now, what is more important is that almost every household now has a washing machine. So the makers of washing machine and the people who are going to be servicing that are needed. But probably the actual usage of that activity, human activity, has been automated, right? And that is what is going to be the impact of artificial intelligence. It is going to displace jobs, it is going to create some new opportunities, and you have to find out where are the opportunities rather than thinking that, okay, I'm going to be washing the clothes is going to be my core activity. If you think about the demand and supply for IT talent from India for the globe, last few decades we have been a IT services superpower. So the IT demand is diminishing because AI is emerging and it is automating jobs. At the same time, if you look at AI as just another software developer career, then probably you are on the path towards no end, right? You have to think it a little differently. And then there are simple three layers in artificial intelligence. One is explorer, another is a developer, and third is an innovator. So you have to think which category you want to belong to and how quickly you evolve to be a problem solver or an innovator, right? Because the developers, again, the next generation of AI technology is going to make it redundant, automatic, and it will give, run for business. Look at healthcare, for example, right? What kind of jobs will be automatic and be redundant, right? The surgeon job is highly human skilled. AI will, supplement that. That job will not be replaced. On bottom of pyramid, you have these brothers and ayahs and support staff and some technician jobs. They also will be supplemented by AI. But the consulting physician, which is a knowledge driven, that layer is going to be impacted because of AI. But at the same time, look at how healthcare industry can disrupt and use AI, right? Let me first give you an example about US healthcare, and then we can talk about Ayush Ministry in India, what is happening and how we are actually connecting dots and creating those opportunities. So US healthcare is fully dependent and run on the insurance industry. And every citizen under the healthcare gets the cover of almost about $40,000 a year. And out of that, $32,000 is towards the cure, and $8,000 is towards preventive healthcare, which is the diagnosis and how you can be prevented from getting a disease, right? That itself is a huge industry, untapped even in the US. India, our numbers are even more gloomy. We are really careless about preventive healthcare. Now imagine that when you have this kind of a fund, now India is also getting into that regime, and that is what is Ayush Ministry's, every citizen gets that insurance cover, so that more and more citizens are coming in the healthcare and insurance arena. Now think, using technology, can a citizen give a missed call on a particular number? And that number is your healthcare helpline. And with that missed call, you get a call back and say, okay, today I want maybe a retina scan. And sitting at home, like your Swiggy, Zomato squads who are actually delivering you cloud kitchen deliveries or orders, you have the healthcare squads, right? Or warriors who are actually coming with those tiny testing equipment devices, whether it is a retina scan or whether it is oncology. So there are new type of devices which are digital products, smart services at your doorstep. And this can help you first imagine and create that can hospitals be at home, because most of the hospitals are actually falling short of capacity, even for your tests. And what happens is that you're going to the pathological test or some specialized test, and then you keep carrying a bag of printouts, and you're going from door to door for the healthcare consultation. Can that be fully digitized? Can we use AI there? And can more and more people be benefited with affordability and accessibility to all? And India has demonstrated, right? Just day before, our Minister for Information and Communication, he made a wonderful speech about India is not in the AI tier 2 but tier 1, and how next few years we are likely to be there. Look at our digital public infrastructure. Also look at what we have done with success stories like UPI. So now if we start applying that AI technology in healthcare, can you imagine what is the potential, right? And those oncology test devices which are traditionally mounted in the hospitals, there are portable devices. And there are also, a lot of devices that are getting now manufactured in India. So this Made in India boom, that is actually creating a lot of opportunity for AI. And AI, probably software is just 10-15% of it. So my submission to the young generation is that don't confuse AI as just another branch or a programming language of software, right? You'll head towards the dead end. But if you look at this as a tool and applying some creative techniques, how can you be the problem solver that can create a humongous opportunity? And then not only your data is getting digitally created, but it is shared through the ecosystem, right? So the medical consultation, second opinion, if your doctor is sitting in Delhi or it is sitting in San Francisco, at an affordable consultation price, maybe on a WhatsApp video call with 5 minutes of a consultation, maybe 100, 200 rupees. Now understand how that entire preventive healthcare can be part of it. And I'll give you a very simple example, right? And it happens in every household, right? Many of the women who actually get the breast cancer, with the preventive checkups, if they can avail this, under insurance cover, maybe after 30s, every alternate year, they actually go on doing this test. Can they prevent? because if they get the cancer, then the treatment and operation is very expensive. So now understand that if you are actually linking some of these digital smart citizen services under government schemes or different industries, you can change the way we are consuming services, the way we are living, and how we can improve citizen life and citizen services. Yesterday, again, the president of the Europe at the Davos convention, she mentioned that next week she's likely to be visiting India for a deal which is going to be a mother of all deals that they have signed up, and it is going to be a very large deal. And what make them think and say so? Not only 1.4 billion population. Few years back we used to think population is our problem. No, population is not a problem, but resources to that population was our constraint, and that was creating some problems. And we have actually seen that how India's digital appetite, we call it as a digital India, how that has changed this equation, and the world is now looking at India as a market. And we are not only service providers, but we ourselves have become a big market. And what has changed that? So 1.4 billion population, right? 140 crore Deshwasi. And roughly about 95 crore of us smartphone users. We have roughly about 150 smart SIM cards in India. Per GB data cost in India is 12 rupees. Right? And on your mobile plan, you get 2 or 2.5 GB data, which is not sufficient for you. Now, this kind of a digital consumption has actually created new opportunities, not only for India, but for the world. And the essence of AI is there. So with that, what kind of businesses that you are talking about? I'll give you a Pune example, right? Pune population and greater Pune, I mean 60 lakh to about 75 lakh greater Pune population. And let me give you a 2-year-old statistics about the urban transportation private sector, Ola, Uber. So roughly about 40,000 private vehicles on the road, 10 rides per day, 10 kilometers per ride. Can you imagine Pune alone has 4 lakh kilometer ride every day? And the location intelligence is used, electronic payments are used, right? So think about when India is on digital platforms, these asset lights, OTT models, they are creating a different kinds of an opportunity. And look at what is the level of consumption. So when you think about this, there are n number of opportunities that you can surface, and that is really the potential for artificial intelligence. Let's look at governance. For the first time I'm experiencing, and some of my friends here on the panel will agree, that the digital appetite of this government is faster than private enterprises, right? So all of us know this digital public infrastructure. This itself has become a success story for India. And UPI is a very famous example, right? So again, that 140 population, 45 crore UPI accounts as of 2024. This must have probably, passed 50 crore population, right? Do you know, as I speak, every second how many UPI transactions are happening? 8,000 transactions happen every second. Understand? And comparatively, look at the cyber frauds. So, populated country like India needs AI. And hence I said that these 3 layers, so your explorer layer for the students is awareness that you understand what is AI, what are the tools and technologies, and then you go to the builder or maybe a developer where you are actually imagining and creating solutions and being innovator, that how can you solve these problems and how can you solve these problems at scale. And AI will give you an ability to think and go beyond your physical constraints and boundaries, how it can be scalable. So this Uber model is not successful because it is a tech model, but it is exponentially, scalable. So it is not only one particular pin code in Pune or Pune city or a Pune district or a state level. The model is scalable at pan-India level, right? So today students have to think, imagine and reimagining the way business is done and how can you automate. look at, some of the national hackathons that are happening. How can you take one problem for government or one problem for citizens and build your AI idea around it? Sky is the limit. And I think, MIT-ADT kind of institutions provide you that platform, that bed for innovation. And I was spellbound with the way infrastructure is coming up here. We feel that we should get an admission here and restart our career. So these are some thoughts to your wisdom. Thank you for inviting me here, and wish you good luck.
Thank you so much, Dr. Prashant, sir. And next, I would like to request Dr. Nagesh Jadhav, sir, and Dr. Ganesh Pathak, sir, to kindly present us a presentation on School of AI.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. I just first try to set context of School of AI. Most of already industry leaders had we discussed in the morning about School of AI. Sir, we have a School of Computing where we offer we have two programs, main program. One is a CSE and one is a IT. So CSE, we have a total 7 specialization: AI and analytics, AI and edge computing, AI and cyber security and forensic, cloud computing, big data and cloud engineering, blockchain technology, and CSE core. Same way IT have a data analytics. So now, as everyone aware about the national education policy, so our third year batch now national education policy, where our more focus on experiential learning and project based learning. In the same context, we already we will launch, MIT-ADT University will launch School of AI for the next academic year 26-27 with 2 specialization. One is the AI/ML and another one is the data science. I request Nagesh sir to brief about overall our philosophy about School of AI and how we map our curriculum with India AI mission. So I request Nagesh sir to just present School of AI, our curriculum and our philosophy.
Thank you, Pathak sir. Now I start with thanking the organizers for giving us this opportunity to brief the vision of the School of AI in front of all the CTOs and the CEOs who has graced this occasion. We seek your collaboration, we seek your partnership in the School of AI, so that I'm just trying to present you the strategic partnership framework, which is in line with the India AI mission. So we believe that at the School of AI, we are going to bridge the academic excellence with the national strategic intent to drive the global AI leadership. And for this, we are starting with, can I have the next slide? This is not changing. Yeah. So we have set up the School of AI vision, which is mapping with the India AI mission. So the School of AI says that we are going to be a human-centric, ethical, and application-driven school, which is going to globally recognize in the field of AI, and which is in line with the India AI mission, which talks on the 7 pillars like AI compute, AI talent, startup, and SAFe AI frameworks. Next slide, please. So these are the 7 pillars given by the government of India, which are basically AI compute, which talks about the computational power, then dataset platform, then we have the future skill, safe and trusted AI, innovation center, the application development, and startup financing. So in line to that mission, we have some strategic roles to play at the School of AI, as well as we are having some expectations from the industry that we are going to put forward in this presentation. Next slide, please. So at AI compute, the pillar of the India AI mission, at a School of AI, what we have a strategy is to provide the students with the 24/7 sandbox cloud compute access, which is the requirement of today's world. To develop a strong models, you need a compute, and that can be provided to a student in a 24/7 manner. So we have set up the 3-year strategic plan, how we can start with this. We are going to start with the compute GPU and the AI lab. Then we are going to have the compute awareness among the faculty. There would be a faculty trainings and the student trainings to how to utilize that. In the upcoming years, we'll try to optimize our usage. We are trying to introduce the ML ops. Then we'll be having some industry-backed cloud credits where in the initial page, we'll be just using the cloud credits from the industry, and then we'll be setting up our own venture of the compute. Also, we are going to set up the dedicated the compute lab in collaboration with the very giant players like CDAC, where we are trying to utilize the Param Ashwak and the Param Shivai kind of computing that can be utilized for the training the large language models. Also, Yeah. Also, we feel that this the compute that we are going to set up can be shared across the multiple startups. So because they are they can use it. Okay. What we expect from the industry leaders here, we expect a cloud credit in the initial phase so that we can leverage the AI. We expect the hardware sponsorship from the industries where we can set up the center of excellence at our campus. We accept joint optimization and benchmarking projects that can be worked with you so that we can take this the mission of AI at a global level. Next slide. At a data level, currently at the School of Computing, we are utilizing the standard data sets from the Kaggle or the toy data sets, and we want to leverage the real world sectoral data. So in that case, what we are trying to do here, we are just going to set up the multiple center of excellences in healthcare, agriculture, we'll be having a fintech, we'll be doing the smart manufacturing and the Gen AI. So this would help us to get the sectoral data, and our students and the faculties can work on those projects. So this is the one of the strategy that we are going to have. And latter years, we'll try to have a data management center, which we are going to leverage the federated learning and the privacy preserving AI at the School of AI. Here, our request from the industry partners is like, we need a curated data sets where our students can work on your data set. Second, we need a real world problem statements so that we can solve, we can jointly develop some solutions for the society. At the same time, we are expecting a joint data governance framework. These are some of the asks that we are going to put in front of the industry leaders so that we can have a collaboration and the partnership in coming days. Next slide. At the talent development, the India AI mission says that we should have industry ready and the research capable AI professionals. At School of AI, we are going to have decided a pathway which is going to start from the programmer to AI engineer to agentic AI leader, as the world is moving around the agentic AI and all its aspects. So starting with the foundational programs in the machine learning, there would be early immersion of the projects. We'll be introducing the agentic AI and ethics tools, which is very crucial as everyone is talking about the safe and ethical AI. So we are trying to integrate that here. Moving on in the coming years, we'll be setting up with the specialization and the application depth, where we are having the industry co-mentorship. Again, your collaboration is required in that case. And very importantly, to upskill my students, to upskill the programming knowledge, what we want to joint collaborative hackathons and the contests that can be done with the industries. Also, we are trying to be a AI practice school here. Instead of doing only capstone project or doing only mere internship, we are believing that the students are going to work on the live projects at the industry. So again, to make them a global leader in the AI, we'll be having a leadership and entrepreneurship trainings and global exposure to the research opportunities. Here, our request from the industry leaders is that we expect you as a mentor, we expect you to join us as adjunct faculties where you can guide our students. At the same time, to upskill the students with the ever-changing technology, we are expecting the EdTech integration and the global certifications to be done, and internships also. Next slide. To develop the indigenous model, as we are having the Makers Lab person here, Mr. Nikhil Malhotra, we are trying to focus on the SLMs, LLMs, and the multimodal agentic systems, which is going to build the agentic models. So this is one of the strategic goal that we are going to set up, and for that, what we are going to do is we are going to have a API research. We'll be developing the models in collaboration with the industry, and that can be again IP shared with the industries. So indigenous system development, we would like to contribute to the open source by developing our own models and co-creating that IP with the industries. Next slide. AI application, again, we are having application measures, which is going to talk about the healthcare, the agriculture, fintech, and many more. So we are having multiple verticals, and we'll be developing that application through AI Practice School at the School of AI, where we are going to deploy these applications. What we expect from the industry in coming years, please help us with the live project statement. Please give us the deployment environments, because what we heard, the 80% of the AI projects won't make it to the production. Let's make this happen with this environment. Let's help us with the project that we can deploy in your environment. We can also do joint pilots and the validation support with your help. Next. Also, this is another area, safe and trusted area, another mission that we are having, where what we are expecting the real compliance challenges from the industry, participation in ethics boards, and co-authored guidelines and the standards. Again, we have set up the strategic plan for the upcoming 3 years. Next slide. AI startup and innovation. For this, we are having our Kriya Research Park Foundation at the school, where the student seed funding, mentoring, pre-incubation is being done. Again, from industry leaders, we are also expecting the same thing. You can help us with the mentorship support. You can help us, you can extend your support through hackathon, or you can help us in the pre-incubation also. Next. So just to summarize, this is the consolidated expectation, what we are having, we are putting in front of all of the industry leaders here. Please join us to be like a co-educator, co-creator, co-investor, co-deployer, and the co-governor to make the our School of AI a global leader in the AI education. So I would like to conclude with the one statement. Next slide, please. This is not just a request for the partnership, but an invitation to co-create India's AI future, talent, technology, and trust together. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nagesh, sir. And next, I would like to call upon Mr. Vivek Singh, sir, Senior Advisor, Niti Aayog, New Delhi, to kindly say a few words to our gathering here.
Dr. Mangesh Karad, Dr. Sayali, institution leaders from MIT-ADT, and the distinguished panelists here. Wonderful audience, all the young minds. It's a pleasure to be here. You know, although for a short period I came yesterday evening, I will be leaving in afternoon, but nevertheless, it's always a pleasure to be in an academic campus. So I am going to talk in next about 13-14 minutes largely on what India has been doing on AI and what are the challenges that are there for young minds to take it up. Can I have the slides? Next is this, right? And just as a disclaimer, these views are my own views, not of Government of India. So please, lastly, looking very quickly on why everybody in the world is talking about AI. I mean, AI is something which has been there for last 60, 70 years. We all know about the first paper on computing machine intelligence in 1951 by Alan Turing. Also the work on artificial neural networks by Marvin Minsky and others in 1940s. Thereafter, you know, 1980s, expert systems and so on. But what suddenly have changed that everybody in the world is talking about AI, and you all know about the AI Impact Summit, which is going to happen in Delhi in the next month. So lot of things about AI, lot of promises, but at the same time, there are a lot of challenges. So we look quickly at what is the broader context why everybody is talking about, and then applications. We all know AI is ubiquitous, AI is everywhere. What is India's approach? And finally, the last and the most important part is challenges to address. And this is something where all our young minds can contribute significantly. So if we look at the context, well, we all know the world is full of digital. We have lot of data. We have, data being generated at a very rapid scale. We also have, the whole world is connected now. So we have data, we have connections, and we have an interconnection structure. So internet, which is again, starting from 1970s, we now have an internet. So if you look at these figures, out of 8.25 billion people on the planet, we have about 6.04 billion people who have access to internet. Now, who are these people? And how come, AI is becoming possible, AI applications are becoming possible, is because of these people. So essentially the AI that we see is nothing other than a collective knowledge system, and all the value that AI, brings in is essentially the collective knowledge of the humankind. So AI is not something from a different planet or something which has come from, nowhere. It is all collective knowledge put in a different format. So what I wanted to emphasize is that we have the enablers in place. We now have compute, we have memory, we have connections, we have the necessary know-how, and that is how we have a lot of applications across subject areas, across disciplines, across fields. So we all know AI is becoming a ubiquitous. You start with what happened in 1940s, 50s, 60s. So if you read history of AI, this would be a wonderful read. And we all know a lot of AI technologies that started in 1950s, late 40s, they were essentially a byproduct of World War II technologies. The initial effort on language translation, a lot of other things that happened. But, so there were many points in time in the history of AI that people started to believe that AI is going to replace human capabilities, to replace human beings, and, a lot of things were promised. But as we know, this did not happen. So many toy scale algorithmic models which are supposed to scale up once we had the hardware actually failed because of a lot of problems that we know. So if you look at AI history, it is often said that AI history is full of a lot of misplaced optimisms. Okay. So this is something that happened. So if you read last 70 years, probably you will be in a better position to understand what is the current context of AI. So all that we know about AI, machine learning, deep learning, these are all technologies that we look at. AI is everywhere. We now have AI assistants, chatbots. We all communicate on a daily basis. If you have to recharge your mobile phone, if you have to, interact with a customer service agent, all of them are gone now. Sometimes it becomes frustrating also that we keep on interacting with agents and they're not really able to make sense of what is my need. Anyway, so that is something that is going on. Smart homes, a lot of things happening. Possibilities are unlimited. Healthcare, both on preventive side and also on, on the care side, on, the actual applications. A lot of things are there. Control systems are there in place. Medical devices are there where a lot of AI has been inbuilt, incorporated. Education, we have AR, VR systems, a lot of intelligent tutoring systems are coming up. So applications are enormous. Defense, I need not say, and the recent change in world order has, started a new kind of arms race where technology is the actual driver. So AI has a lot of role to play in defense. Autonomous systems in defense have a lot of things that they will contribute in the time to come. Transportation is already something which is happening in many, many countries. Agriculture, we all know precision agriculture, spraying systems, precision farming, a lot of things are being talked about, and we have centers of excellence at different academic campuses which are essentially working on these areas. People are now even talking about, the SDG goal targets, and AI has a role to play in, out of 169 targets, there are a lot of targets where AI can play a role in the 17 goals that we talk about. We all know and we talk about AI in great deal because of large language models. So AI has been there for a long time, but what has happened recently during last 10 years is this is the new boom, new kind of generative AI that we are looking at. And this whole generative AI and the applications, and the most prominent application that we look at essentially is, so those from computer science will understand they are RAGs, retrieval augmented generation, nothing more than that. All these LLMs are essentially information providers, essentially retrieval augmented generation tools, which are generating information for you. and coupled with control systems, they're also able to build autonomous systems. So a lot of advances, starting from ChatGPT to Llama to, a lot of companies which are coming up, and many, many applications which are going to be there. Now, what is it that we are doing in India? So I just looked at the presentation about School of AI, and we all know, unlike what has happened earlier, we, if you go in any part of the world, Indians are recognized as, quote unquote, IT superpower or, IT brain or something like that. So if you go and talk to anyone, they would say that any IT related problem will be able to solve in a very small period of time. But I would also like to draw your attention to the fact that we missed a lot of opportunities in the IT revolution earlier. If you look back, we do not have a microprocessor of our own. We do not have an operating system of our own. We do not have any major generic software of our own. We don't have a web browser. You name any major generic software, we have no presence. So friends, the value of all these technologies and the associated economic value is who owns the IP. So IP is not with us. We have been developing, we have been very good in generating customized softwares, bespoke softwares. We contributed significantly to the many, many large corporations of the world, and they became richer with the talent that India provided. But we missed that opportunity. We did not create our own technological sovereignty in that space, which we should have done. But fortunately, this time, although we started late in AI, there are a lot of people who talk about AI catching up where China is, where USA is, but at least we made a start with what is called India AI Mission. Also before that, NITI-Aayog did a national strategy for AI paper in 2018, where we focused on what are our priority areas for India. We all know about Future Skills Prime, Bhashini, Eravat, the National Supercomputing Mission. Again, we did some error in National Supercomputing Mission, and that is why I said all these views are personal, not of Government of India. So we did some errors in National Supercomputing Mission, both in NSM 1 and 2, and the NSM establishments that you have in NSM 1.0, all this Param Rudra, Param Brahma, Param Shiva, and so on, they were all CPU intensive. We did not have GPU compute, which we now need for AI applications to develop. So this is something that we are correcting now, and India AI Mission has provided, a kind of input to that. India AI Mission, 10,370 crores, 5-year initiative. A multi-pronged strategy, startups, academia, government, technology, all of have a role to play. But government has decided to act as an enabler, while private sector and academia will execute the new discoveries. And as earlier told, there are 7 pillars, so I will not go into that. So compute capacity is largely already implemented. Innovation centers and data platform is also implemented. You already have an AI coach where you can deposit the data, because Indian context data is very, very important. So a lot of things happening in India AI Mission, and in the time to come, we'll see more and more to come. India has decided in the regulatory space to take a balanced role. So we are not like EU, which has an EU AI Act. We are more closer to US, which is like an enabler. Let the ecosystem develop and the regulations will follow. So that is the approach that we are taking. Responsible AI, we are pretty much aware of that. We all know about what happened in DPDP Act. Recently, we got India AI governance guidelines released. We believe that the AI applications that we develop should be human-centric. We should be a responsible AI developer, and that is the guiding principle behind the whole India AI mission that we talk about. Well, I will not go into that. There are a lot of folks from industry who can talk about this, but essentially what AI mission tries to do is to focus on demand maturity, on policy clarity, on capital flows, and on deployment readiness. So these are 4 important accelerators to accelerate the India AI innovation journey. Now, looking at the most important part of this talk is, though we talk about a lot of advancements in AI, but there are many, many challenges that we as a country, we as a group of innovators, we as academic institutions have to address. And this is very much important for India, because AI applications have to be rooted in the country, in the region, in the context in which we operate. So that is where these challenges become altogether more important. Well, we all know about the power requirement of hyperscaler data centers, the cooling requirements. All these data centers, they need enormous power. They need enormous amount of water for cooling, which has lot of carbon footprint, which has environmental impact. That is something that we need to address. The kind of power demand that AI is going to generate for Indian data centers is something which cannot be met out of the grid that we have. So we really need to look into how to supply power to this. And many countries are exploring with a lot of things, and India also started looking into that, to have captive SMRs to generate power for data centers. So this is something which is happening, being considered rapidly. A lot of people talk about AI impacting jobs. Both ways, there are a lot of jobs which are lost, largely in customer-centric things, in software testing. We don't have those jobs. But at the same time, AI is creating newer kind of jobs for which people need to be skilled. So this is something, again, very, very important, particularly for a country like India, which has 1.4 billion people living in the country. Also, what is the impact of AI on our cognitive skills? Well, Stanford did a recent study on cognitive skills of school children on, what is the impact that AI did, and we really have to be careful about what is it that we are going to do with AI. In what ways our children are going to use AI. So this is very, very important that we see that in what ways and what is the right way to use AI. The question is whether we want AI to replace our capabilities, to replace our creativity, or we want AI to augment our capabilities, to augment our creativity. AI generated content. In academia, a lot of people talk about the fact that now many research papers are written by AI tools. Not only written, when you submit to a journal, the reviewer also gives it to an AI to review. So AI is writing, AI is reviewing, and essentially AI is also going to read. Okay, so what is going to happen? We all know, in the time to come about the whole publication business. Then hate speech. Well, a lot of content, lot of deep fake is being generated using AI, which is a real threat to law and order and to the social harmony that we have. Misogyny is very, very prominent across social media platforms where, a lot of things are there just because of AI. AI for Indian languages, Bhashini did something, but we have much more to do. And this is very, very important because what you see in AI as a result essentially comes from the data that AI consumes. So if you don't have Indian data, the results would also not be situated in the Indian context. So that is where it is very, very important for AI to be in Indian language. And the last and most important thing that we should keep in mind is the AI bias. So if you develop your application which is based on data which is not your own, not belonging to your own context, the results, the findings would not be suitable for you. So this is where this is very, very important that we look at the biases, because many where across the world, AI programs are being used for a lot of things, for processing visa applications, for border controls. So no human being is going to decide whether you should get visa for a country or not, but it is largely an AI program which is profiling you in some kind of category. So this is very, very problematic. Ethical issues are there. Well, we all know about the opportunities. A lot of people talked about that, about the RDIF fund, that India created, about the overall enabling ecosystem, NRF coming in. So we now have a great amount of support structure. So what I wanted to conclude with is the fact that AI applications are transforming the world. And retrieval augmented generation is one of the biggest example of AI successes across the world, and AI technologies are creating enormous opportunities across domains, okay, ranging from healthcare to education to defense. Whatever you pick up, AI has a role to play. But what is more important for us to keep in mind is we should be informed. We should be informed of what is the promise, what are the risks that are associated. We should be prepared, and we should be prepared to make a right use of these technologies. And the keywords that we should keep in mind is that AI should always be human-centric. I agree that, this is more easier said than done. Because, to ensure that AI is human-centric is a big challenge. We also need to look at sustainable solutions. So for very simple things, do not use AI, use a normal Google search. Do not use Gemini for something, because every time you do a Gemini search, it is consuming lot of power in the data centers that are there serving this AI platforms. So the final question is, what is it that we want to do with AI? Whether we want AI to replicate our capabilities, or we want AI to augment our capabilities, to augment the creativity that we have. So the question remains open. It is for the young minds to answer. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Vivek sir. And now I would request our Honorable Executive President and Pro-Chancellor sir, Professor Dr. Mangesh Karat sir, to kindly deliver us the presidential address.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon to all of you, respected dais, all the dignitaries, the technical leaders, and that again the speciality, the leaders of the AI of the India. I welcome you on the premises of the MIT-ADT University. We are here for the Technoverse program, and I'm very happy that number of people, dignitaries have come in large number, and we are on the right track. Friends, I'm a mechanical engineer, but I will not talk much about what is AI and what all other things are. I will only talk about the relevance of this movement, AI movement. We every day we are listening about the global trends of the AI, how AI is impacting America, Europe, our country, how the different news are coming. So AI is, and we are, by the way, we are using the AI by the different ways on our phone, on our computer, at a number of applications. So we are the part of the AI. You will not believe how we are, compelled to use the AI. 15 years back, the ERP system was not compulsory for the colleges. And when we installed the system ERP of the TCS company, the Tata company, it was very, very scary things for our faculty, for our teachers. But yesterday I got the news from one of our, IQSC coordinator. Now government is compelling to use all the universities to use the ERP system so that they can integrate their automation with our ERP system, and they can take the data from our ERP system. So the change is happening. The transformation is happening, which was started. Slowly it is impacting every sector, industry, public sector, government sector, institutions. So automation is taking place at a rapid speed. Now there is no option for us. We have to go for the automation. So this is the need. Automation is the need of the globe now. In our country, when all the government, public sector governance is on the automation, everywhere the automation has come. So we have to go for automation. And when it comes to the automation, I think AI is the best tool. So we do not have the choice. So AI is going to remain. Whether it is going to take away our jobs or not, that is not the question. We have to tackle the challenges which AI is going to bring in front of us. All this, deep fake and AI-led the theft in the bank, cyber security, and number of things. So my friends, I think our country, India is going through very, very crucial, journey. America has, put on the sanctions on our country, 50% the import duty, the export duty upon us. So our country's balance sheet is going, very turbulently. Our imports are more, our, exports are less. The deficit is around 6.8 billions per month. It is coming. Till last year, I think till last month, until the sanctions were imposed, this, trade deficit used to be covered by the services, by the people, Indian people who were working outside the country. They used to send the money to the country. And that amount was more than the deficit. the trade deficit, and we could cover that. So this is the way by which we have to be very aggressively tackle the challenge of our country. We have to give more and more skills to our young people in all these areas. And what is the requirement of the world? The skill set in the AI. How many jobs are going to be created in America, China, Europe, India, everywhere the automation, everywhere the transformation is taking place, and the skill set is required. Skill set in AI is required. And for that purpose, I think we have to unite together. We have to learn, my student, you have to learn all those skill sets. Otherwise, the day is not far ahead when our dollars will be out of, bankrupt in dollars, and we may have to again go to the bullock carts and horses to travel in the city, or maybe the bicycles. So for the betterment of the country, the skill set, we have to always think. So the skill set, whatever skill set are required, we have to learn that. So the AI is a future requirement of the world. So we have to do that, and for that purpose, I think government has taken the AI mission. Every country has taken the different missions. Europe has acted. They have passed the one law. But, as rightly said, our country has not passed any act as on today. But friends, I think we have to, all the, India AI mission, in that we have to go for the skilling part. We have to go for the startup and, innovation part. These are the parts of our university. We can play, great role in that sector. Skilling, if every one of you really learn each and every subject to the professional level, to the corporate level, I think your jobs are guaranteed. Number of jobs are guaranteed. And when we talk in the Vikasit Bharat, our GDP has to be $40 trillion. How it will come, as rightly said by the previous speaker, Mr. Vivek Singh, our country could not do much as an entrepreneur. We do not have the DNA of an entrepreneur, so we could not produce more of our own products. The iPhone is designed by the America, is manufactured by China and India today. But out of the total cost of the iPhone, hardly 10% cost goes to China or India, or maybe 15%. The rest money is taken by the America. So design aspect, intellectual property aspect is a very high component in the global market. So unless you develop your own product, our country's GDP will not go up, our per capita income will not go up. So the innovation and startup has to be there. Without that, our country's future is very, very dark. And that is the mission which MIT-ADT University has taken. And I'm very happy that because of the School of AI, we were talking, Dr. Mohit Dubey, all our VCs and all our leaders, we are talking about CREA, Center for Research and Innovation and Entrepreneurship Development, since I think last 7-8 years. But now, through the School of AI, now we are going to develop so many, startups, because in this school we have the different labs: AI Agriculture Lab, AI Healthcare Lab, AI Manufacturing Lab, AI Business Lab, where HR software can be developed by our own student. Recently, in one of the news item in America, the 2 or 3 kids of Indian origin, 1 or 2 of the Indian origin, they have developed the HR software using the agentic AI. And the valuation and the age of those school children is below, I think, 18 years. The valuation of that company is above $1 billion. So that is the potential of the AI, agentic AI, the transformation. So I think through all these labs of the School of AI, when you will go to the 3rd year and the last year, you will be given the chance to work in these domains: healthcare domain, manufacturing domain, or the film and media domain, all different domains. That domains can be n number of domains. You can go there, and with your knowledge, with your theory knowledge, with your skills which are imparted throughout your 3 years of the course, or the 4 year of course, you will be able to apply that knowledge to develop that application for that particular domain. And that will give the guarantee of a startup. You can go out of the college with your own idea, by your own application development in that domain. And you will be given chance to develop the two such applications in two such domains, maybe healthcare and manufacturing, maybe healthcare and business, whatever way you want. So this is the basic idea, how to get you more exposed to the practical aspect, more exposed to the development of an application, and you should develop your own IP. And IP, innovation is the buzzword of the today's world. Without innovation, you cannot lead, you cannot succeed, and you cannot earn the money. For that thing, I think School of AI is going to play the bigger role, because this is a new gateway. Everyone, the new, wave has come, and the transformation is happening not at the speed of 10x or 100x. It is more than, 1000x. So that is the rate of the transformation, and in that wave, I think everyone has to, get involved very, very aggressively, very passionately. So do not waste your time. You can talk to your professors and you learn each and everything and apply that knowledge in the business labs. New building is coming on the backside, which is of 1 million square feet building is coming up. The first phase is going to be operational from July 26. So this is the idea. And in all these business labs, people who are working in the agriculture, some startup is working in agriculture, some startup is working in healthcare. We are going to invite those people. Those people will work as a mentor for that lab with our own people, so that you will get the proper hand-holding to develop the application. So with this idea, School of AI, we are launching from the next year. We are running the programs, the two programs as on today, but special attention has to be given for the development of the AI-led manpower, AI-led, the skill manpower. So that is the total vision of the School of AI. And for that purpose, for awakening the people, awakening my student, faculty, to be more focused, to be more, oriented towards the goal. This program, Technoverse, is organized here, and I'm very thankful to all the people who have come here. All the people, everyone is, some of them are known to me. I will, the Amit, Hiremat, he has gone. I am Mayuresh Raut, the co-founder of the C Fund, Ravi Tejaji, Vivek Singh from the Niti Aayog. The government is doing really very proactive job. The government has laid the very good infrastructure for the AI enablement throughout our country. Prashant Pansareji is my good friend. Sachin Sangai who is also here. Shrikant Sardaji is also our old friend. Harold DiCosta from cyber security. Nikhil Malhotra ji is also very aggressive person from Tech Mahindra. Vishwajit Mohapatra and everyone. I am very happy they are here, and they have guided you, or they will be guiding you throughout the day. So once again, thank you, each and every one of you, for participating in this conference of the Technoverse. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And once again, we are honored and sincerely thank our Honorable Executive President, Professor Dr. Mangesh Karaj, sir, for gracing this occasion with his presence here today. And next, I would invite Mr. Sachin Sanghi, sir, Principal Architect, Automotive and Manufacturing, Google Cloud, to kindly address the gathering.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's been a long day, I imagine. I'll just wait till my presentation comes up, but it's an absolute pleasure to be here. You all have been sitting for a long time. Maybe I can do something that you can get the circulation flowing. So, and only students have to participate. Everyone is free to answer this question, but this is to all the students. How many of you are using some form of ChatGPT or Gemini or Anthropic? Can you please stand up? If you're using any kind of an AI tool in your personal life, in your work life. So, I just want to see that. I just want to see if everyone is actually using it. Yeah? So is there somebody who's not using an AI tool? Okay, brilliant, awesome. So you can sit down, and the people who didn't stand up, it's okay if you're still using and you didn't stand up, but if you're actually not using it, then you're unique, right? You're very unique. But the reason I wanted you to stand up is now if all of you are using all these tools, that means you all have access to it. What is going to make you different? You're all taking the assignment and putting it in ChatGPT and coming out with an answer. So what is it going to be different? How will you make yourself better than the other? How will you get a better score? How will you have a better resume that gets you the first interview call? And how will you be able to get a job and perform well, right? So the answer is that the IP is you, right? And fabulous speakers before me, I think you all are very lucky to be here, that you are in an institution that is caring so much about making sure that you're at the cutting edge. So what is going to make a difference is how you use LLM. What is going to make difference to a company who uses AI is what is the data that they are bringing to AI, right? So think about that if your usage of LLM is, or if your usage of AI tool is giving you more time during the 24 hours, right? You are falling behind. Yeah, I'll say that again. If because of usage of tools, you're able to complete your assignment faster, you're able to complete your paper faster, and you think you have more time, which is okay, have fun with that, but you're losing out. Because the people who are going to win are those who are going to consume the information coming out of these AI tools, and they are fantastic. In my job, I was very happy when I worked for Google Cloud, so first I had the beta version of Gemini. I was really happy that it'll help me do my job faster. But it took me just 1 week to realize that the output it was giving me, now I was spending more time consuming that output, right? Without the tool, I would go research. I'm into sales, so I have to go and talk to a lot of companies, and I need to research the companies. And as I would research the companies, I would spend 45 minutes researching the company. But now Gemini gives me so much data that it takes me 1.5 hours to research the company, right? So I just wanted to start with by telling you that you're very lucky that you're in this institution, an institution that cares about you so much, has such good vision. Secondly, that you have to make good use of AI. Please don't think of AI as a tool to make your life easy. Think of it as a tool that challenges you more, probably makes your life more difficult, and you will come out winning. I'm telling you, you heard so many speakers, there are so many opportunities. If 10 years ago all these technologies didn't happen and we didn't have AI, and you were graduating in 27 or 28 or 29, the difference would have been business would have been as usual. Companies would have said that I have a website, I have digital systems, and there would have been incremental improvement. With AI, every business, every company, institutions, look at the school of AI, everyone has to revamp. There is no choice. And when they are revamping, that is the opportunity for all of you who are sitting here, who are going to graduate. If not from this program, you may pursue a master's degree, a PhD, but you will graduate. So all this revamping that is coming out of AI is what is your opportunity, right? So again, these are the exponential times we live in. Okay, oops, I did a little. So I think but anyway, I think this has been talked about it. What you're seeing here is the concerns that people typically have about artificial intelligence were the same concerns that people had in 1972. Helvet Packard introduced this device called the calculator, and at those times, the academicians, the politicians, the socialists, they were all very concerned. They said that what's going to happen to our students? Their brains are going to rust. And these calculators were so expensive that they said that it's going to create a divide in the society because people who can't afford calculators will not progress. But what happened? Did we become better because of calculators, or did we become worse because of calculators, right? Same conversation is true for every technology, right? It was beautifully said by an earlier speaker that if you increase the efficiency of producing something, the consumption also increases. So same is true for that. I will not go too much into it because we've heard about it, but Google as a company has been doing a lot of research on AI. ChatGPT did a great job of coming first to the market. So if you know the T stands for transformer, that's where the AI LLM started, a transformer paper which was open sourced by Google. And we've heard about a lot of topics here, so I'm going to fast forward some of my presentation. But yes, what you need to know is AI is driving progress across pretty much every field. The CEO of DeepMind, Dennis Hebes, he's a Nobel Prize winner. There are other people in Google who have won Nobel Prizes, right? For genome, for how do proteins fold. So it's driving progress across every scientific field. It is changing the way we are searching, right? We are no more searching for just information, or we are just no more searching and saying that I want to know this so I can understand what action to take. We are directly asking tools today to find me the cheapest, find me the best deal on the mobile phone. Let's say I want to buy a new mobile phone. I'm just doing that. I'm not going to 10 different websites, and I'm not comparing it and figuring out what is the best deal. So it's changing that as well. Again, deep research is completely changing the way we conduct market research. A very interesting field with AI being so popular is physical AI. Think about our city, Pune. If manufacturing has to increase, there would have been a handicap for us, or a barrier for our shop floor supervisors, that they cannot use machines. We don't have enough skilled labor. Programming a robot is very difficult. What physical AI is doing today, in the AI Impact Summit, I'm going to have a booth there, which will talk about that how I can use a native language to tell a robot, a humanoid, that can you sort rusted gears versus clean gears. That's what I want to get done. I have a robot. I speak in my native language, and the Gemini model will go ahead and look through the eyes of the robot, understand what needs to be done, take my instructions, and convert it into code that will run the motors on the robot, right? So if you go on YouTube, you will find some fascinating videos about what physical AI is happening. And of course, Google is doing a lot in physical AI, but amazing things are happening in physical AI, yeah. And what does the overall, of course, I'm going to reference Google, but what does the overall stack consist of, right? Oops, I don't know if anyway, if the animation doesn't work, it doesn't matter. All AI computing starts with silicon and it ends with software. So all of the components are very necessary. If I were a student right now, I would be processing that, each layer has a career. Actually, each layer is a career. You can either be just looking at chipsets, or you can be just looking at models, you can be just looking at applications, you can be just looking at user experience. The entire stack is hundreds and thousands and millions of opportunities for everyone that we can go after, yeah. What I'm going to try and see if I can show you a very interesting example about AI. And AI has to be multimodal. It started out by just getting text. What I mean by multimodal is it should be able to understand images, it should be able to understand video, audio, language, code, engineering formula, whatever it is, right? So Project Astra is something that Google has done to figure out what would a universal AI agent look like, yeah? So I don't know if someone's operating my machine. Can they see if they can run this? Okay. Okay, if it doesn't run, then I'll have to share the link with you, yeah? But what this, and just for you all to know, Google uses Google Sheets, not PowerPoint, and there's a huge problem everywhere because the world uses PowerPoint, but Google is all online, and maybe that is the reason here. But this universal agent is essentially talking about various ways how a universal agent would look like. So it's very conceptual, but it would have been very interesting to see. So I would like to just end my session by, again, reiterating that a lot of you are going to graduate in the next couple of years. please use this opportunity. Every company, no matter what your interests are today, you will find a role for it. There is more demand than there is supply for skilled, motivated, driven young engineers. So this is really your opportunity. This doesn't come out very often. A lot of leaders compare AI. A lot of people are trying to explain what AI is. I get reminded of the blind men and the elephant story, where there's an elephant and 6 blind men are touching different parts of the elephant, and some says, no, it is a rope. Some say it is a pillar. Some say it is a fan because they're touching different parts of the elephant, but nobody's seeing the whole thing. So a lot of us are trying to explain what AI is. One of the most profound definitions I heard was again from Mr. Sundar Pichai, where he said that AI is as profound as the discovery of fire. So before fire was discovered, we as a species did not have all this intelligence because we didn't have the right food, we didn't have the right proteins in our brains. But he compares it to as important as the discovery of fire for our species, right? So again, please please utilize this opportunity. It's once in a lifetime, where in all our lifetimes we only see one such big change that happens, right? And you guys are right at the front and center of it. Yes, so thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sachin sir, for addressing our young minds here. And now I would request Mr. Shrikant Sarda sir, Chief Strategy Officer, Growth Sense Group, co-founder and former Managing Director at Accenture, to kindly address us.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Saili, Dr. Pathak sir, Dr. Pujari sir, and Dr. Mohit Pandey. Couple of weeks back, when Dr. Saili asked me to participate in this Technoverse for AI, artificial intelligence, I was really apprehensive. The reason I was apprehensive, that I was thinking of that I will be transported to different universe, will be talking to a lot of agents, machines, and all that. Thank God that I'm talking to human beings over here and not to the machines. And just to make sure that I'm talking to human, I did something which is very, very human, is made a notes and got my paper over here. Over last 3 hours, I think the kind of knowledge, information on artificial intelligence has been shared by all the speakers. I believe the students over here will need an AI model to get an extract out of that one, which they can use in their assignment, which is going to come their way, right? And there will be someone who will use AI to evaluate that assignment as well. Now, some speaker earlier mentioned that AI is there from last 1950s onwards, okay? However, whatever happened in last 70 years, the progress in last 5 years has been multifold. And I'm not making any political statement here. I'm just stating the fact that about 1950, AI was coined, but the progress that we are seeing is last 5 years has been tremendous. Okay, two couple of reasons. One is compute and infrastructure cost has significantly reduced, awareness increased and everything. Some hard data facts now, about 9 out of 10 global companies are using AI in one or other department. Great number, right? All of you are excited about that? 9 out of 10 students, right? The hard reality is that only 2 out of 10 companies have moved from a pilot stage to enterprise-wide implementation. Even the other hard fact is only 1 out of 10 companies, such global companies, are saying they are able to get a benefit on their investment in AI. Okay? At the same time, in next 4 to 5 years, by 2030, the percentage will increase significantly. So 2 out of 10 is expected to become about 7 or 8 out of 10. and 1 out of 10 is expected to become about 5 out of 10. So there is a significant potential of getting a real business benefit from the AI. Today, AI is used in different industry across in a different variety of maturity. Financial services is one of the leading industry where the AI is used, primarily in the fraud detection, risk management, and overall analytics. Now, the reason why companies are not able to use it very well and move away from pilot to enterprise-wide is one, there is no well-defined AI business strategy to move beyond the pilot. Second, many companies are treating AI as a technology initiative, not a business initiative. And student, it will be very, very important for you to understand this point. And the third one is they are not able to scale the talent pool that they have on the AI technology. So these are the three primary reasons that why companies are not able to move away from pilot to enterprise grade. Okay? Now, all of you students here been sitting very patiently for last 3 hours plus. Okay, and you must be wondering all of this information I can get from just doing the ChatGPT search and everything. So if you are thinking on that line, you are not far off, okay? But next 5 things I'm going to share with you, which I would sincerely request all of you to follow, to basically have an impact, positive impact on your career or your professional journey. Because I get this question many times that, is AI going to take away the job or not? If answer is yes and no, and you heard previous speakers talk about that one, answer is yes if you do not add any value on top of what you are getting it. Answer is no if you are able to add value, able to bring that cognitive skill, you will be unstoppable. So if you think that you will use ChatGPT or any other generative AI tool to do your exercise, do your assignment, and don't add value, your value will diminish very, very fast, and you will be in that first category where you will not find any job. Okay? So 5 things that you need to work on as you are a student. Number 1, while you build your technical skill, have a razor-sharp focus on how do you build your functional and industry skills. The domain knowledge I'm talking about, because that knowledge is very difficult to replace and very difficult for generative AI or any AI tool to replace. Second, and some of the speakers earlier spoke about this one, is have your teammate or learn how you can collaborate with your generative AI or AI tools. Do not take them as your you versus I. Take them as your buddy who can help you kind of process large amount of information in a fraction of a second, give you the insight so that you can use that insight and add value to that. Third one, very, very important, is build your knowledge on data management and overall data governance, because all generative AI will require a robust quality data, good quality data, and a good governance. Fourth one, build strong analytical and cognitive skill. If you keep using generative AI for anything and everything and don't add your value, you are actually diminishing your analytical and cognitive skills. And those will be the key differentiator as you move into your professional career in a couple of years from now. And the last one, while you start using generative AI or any other technology, which is based on the AI, make sure that you focus on reducing the bias and bringing that, reducing the hallucination that earlier speaker spoke about, because that will be one of the biggest challenge for realizing the benefit from the AI. So if you are paying attention, 5 things keep in mind: build your functional and domain knowledge, build your, collaborate with the AI, learn to collaborate with the machine, build your knowledge on data management and governance. Fourth one, have strong analytic and cognitive skill. And fifth one, work towards removing the bias and hallucination from your data, from your AI models or AI programs. Wishing you all the very best. Keep learning, keep excelling, and make India a AI powerhouse as your university or your college has aimed to make align with open AI for India, or sorry, India AI and AI school. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you so much for addressing these young minds here today again. So next, I would request Dr. Harold DeCosta, sir, President, Cybersecurity Corporation and Independent Director at SICOM Limited, to kindly address us.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, from morning it has now become good afternoon. So good afternoon, everybody. To all the distinguished panel who are there, to all the faculties and to all the supporting staff without whom I think this conference would not have taken place. Well, first and foremost, from morning I have been listening more from the technical aspect. I am also from the technical field. But about 20 years ago, I made a conscious decision to move from technical to slightly an ancillary field of the technical, and that's the cybersecurity space. Gradually, I followed there are a lot of technical people in our country, globally also. And I found one of the constraints when you're talking about security is something related to law. So I made a small progression to forensic science. And when I made a change to the forensic science, I found that there is one space, rather there are two spaces, where there are a lot of jobs during my times. One was the law enforcement, and second was the judiciary. And so when I moved in this domain, it's not that I'm telling you that you move in this domain, but just making you aware that if you are working in one domain, and if you think that you are going to be the expert in that domain, it's going to be wrong in today's situation. You may have to keep a parallel field open because things are moving so fast in this cyberspace, in this AI domain. Well, if I just take one domain for today's discussion, because this field is too vast, and that is, say, AI from the judiciary perspective. In the last 12 years, I trained almost about 21 countries' judges, including the United States of America, the Federal Judicial Center. And I found one of the most distinct things is that there is a lot of essence of AI which is now being used in the judiciary. The Supreme Court of India is also using AI, and that is called as SUAS. That's basically a project where it converts the English judgment into vernacular languages. So that's one of the way that where the judiciary has started using AI. Brazil, Spain, China, there are some of the other countries, Russia, of course the US also to a larger extent. They've started using AI in their judiciary perspective. But I would like to bring to your attention, students, the US developed a tool called as the Compass AI tool to find out that who could be more acclaimed or who could be more prone to commit crimes in United States of America, whether the white people or the others. When the tool was made, the data was fed into the system. And when the data was fed, the output which came out of it said that the probability of committing crimes through that AI tool with the answer it gave, the probability was only 30% of the white people in US can commit crimes, and the remaining 70% will be non-white people. When this report came out, it was being debated. And when the data sets was checked, it was found that this data sets was made by a white man. So there was a biasm by which this tool was made. Couple of years ago, when we used to ask ChatGPT, not now, who is the captain of the Indian cricket team? It used to give Surya Kumar Yadav, Shubman Gill, whatsoever. But it never gave that Harmanpreet Kaur is also the captain of the Indian cricket team. What I mean to say is that when we are using AI as a tool, there should not be biasm, there should not be racism. And one of the factors which is actually coming in the global world is that whether this AI tool is made for the benefit of the people or is it made to create a differences among the people. Well, it's not that AI has got its nuances only on the other side. I'm talking to you from the application side simply because before me, there were a lot of technocrats who spoke to you about the technical features. So I decided that let me talk to you from an application perspective. In the last 5 to 6 years, there is a huge penetration of cyber crimes all over the world. Well, I use some acronyms as AC and BC. BC means before COVID and AC means after COVID. And the rise of cyber crimes after COVID has been exponential. If you see the last year's statistics, you'll find that China and US, they dominate the cyber crime land space. Almost about 940 million data points have been breached in United States of America and China. But India is also not too far. If you look across all these data points to be breached, we are number 6th in the world. Although, last year's statistics shows to us that almost about 92 million data points got breached in our own country. Now these data breaches which have been taken place, the AI can be used as a tool to ensure that breaches don't occur. Because cyber criminals also use AI today. In one of the instances in Jharkhand, the criminals used technology to a level where they use the Google Maps to find out that these are the prospective places that where they can commit a robbery. And they took Jharkhand as their pilot project. We already know about Jharkhand in the news because of the Jamtara series. Today, Jamtara is no more in the first 10 cybercrime hub of our country. It's almost gone out of 10. There are other states which has replaced Jamtara. But coming back to my point, that these criminals used Google Maps to an extent that they found houses which were near the roads, that they have been locked for a longer amount of time, that these are the prospective houses where there are no people are staying and we should have a robbery to be orchestrated. Don't get influenced by this example. What I mean to say is that today technology per se is misused by criminals. Why can't we develop a system to ensure that such type of crimes get to be eradicated or get to be minimized? There are some tools which are being developed and which are there in the market too. And that is tools that how the cyber crimes can be eradicated. We have sophisticated phishing mails orchestrated by the misuse of AI, bots. At the same time, the same particular misuse can be converted into a constructive part by using AI as a tool to stop such type of menaces. Well, I thought that I will just have my talk only for about 10 minutes because it's long time for you. And I thought that I'll just take only one topic, And the topic what I presented in front of you is the law enforcement and the judiciary per se. And finally, let me tell you, with all the technical minds I presume over here, every single individual also would require some essence of legal education to be there. There is also a proposal which is put in the Supreme Court of India about the use of AI in the judiciary. It is still in the stage of going through. If the Supreme Court of India is thinking the use of AI in an ethical manner, then I think it's the time that each and every single vertical should seriously think about the use of AI in an ethical space, in an ethical world. Every technical person at a certain job, sometime or the other, may get engraved in a legal issue. And one question was asked by one of the participants about if the AI itself gives you a wrong output, how you could be held responsible. Well, then you require advocates to fight that particular matter. So one more domain I would like to say about is that just being technical won't do. A techno-legal is very important to survive in this AI space. Thank you very much, and I hope that I've tried to give a little wider space on these two domains. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And we have with us two of our esteemed guests who have joined with us today. Mr. Rohan Salgarkar, sir. So I would request our dignitaries to kindly felicitate our esteemed guest, Rohan Salgarkar, sir. He's the EVP Sales, built and scaled inside sales teams. He leads the inbound and report sales business with direct responsibility for revenue, conversion, and team productivity. And also to add, sir is an alumnus of MIT-ADT Pune. A huge round of applause, and we welcome you, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Syed Jafri, sir, investment operational expert, investment specialist with extensive experience in global leaders like HSBC, State Street, and Northern Trust, specializing in hedge fund NAV, surveillance, and strategic automation. Sir bridges the gap between complex financial operations and educational excellence as CISI IOC trainer. A huge round of applause for our esteemed guest here, Mr. Syed Jafri, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And now we shall proceed with the address by one of our esteemed guests, Mr. Nikhil Malhotra, sir. He's the CIO, Global Head of AI Tech Mahindra. I would request sir to kindly address. Sure, sir.
So I've been termed aggressive. So you want so you want an aggressive pitch or you want a subdued pitch? Aggressive one? Okay, all right, perfect. The Gen Z pitch, all right. So I'll just wake you up. So first of all, thank you. I think this is a great initiative from Dr. Karad and his team, Dr. Sayali, Dr. Mohit Dubey, who've actually invited me over here. It's kind of a second homecoming for me in MIT. We do a lot of work, and I'll reflect upon some of that work that you guys have been doing with us. So you should feel proud, and when I do, at least give your people a great round of applause in terms of what they're doing, right? So number one, I'll break this into, I've got about 15 minutes. 15 minutes, all right. 15 minutes, I'll break it into 3 parts. Now, part number 1, I'll tell you what we have been doing. Part 2, what's the fallacy on AI and what you should know and what you should consider. And part three, I had the pleasure of meeting the Honorable PM about a couple of weeks back. Where I actually told him, because we are part of the India AI Foundation mission as a company, and there are some great insights that the man himself gave to me in terms of what you could and what you could not. So largely my background is a researcher background. I started about 20 years back with IBM. I was one of the first part of the team that built IBM Watson. So my journey with AI really started way back. Obviously AI has changed. Everybody's talking about ChatGPT. I think the whole floor got up when somebody said, do you use ChatGPT? So of course, ChatGPT is all in your life. You've been using AI for a long period of time. The first big hit that we delivered was in 2019 and 20 when COVID was there. And I think everybody of you have gotten a vaccine at least twice, thrice, whatever you did. Lot less people know that the therapeutic molecule on side of the vaccine is my labs. This was done after 1.5 years of pure research. This is a therapeutic molecule. Remember, vaccines, when given, can only keep the effect for 9 months. Therapeutics like crocin can keep you for a longer period of time. While I was doing this, I was actually actively working, and my team was working with Serum Institute. We were working, obviously, with the ICMR in terms of doing this, and it was unheard of for an IT services company like Tech Mahindra doing a kind of AI-based research on molecules to see how viruses can be attacked. There was one other specific problem, and this is where I took MIT's help. The one specific problem that we faced was in Delhi and northern region. Remember, Maharashtra is an automotive base, and obviously you've got enough oxygen, but Delhi was lacking oxygen at that time. And there were a lot of people who were dying because of lack of oxygen, people who were at that point in time, it was difficult. I called up Dr. Karad and Dr. Mohit Dubey at that time. I said, can I have 100 people from MIT? I've made an application called SOS Seva. That SOS Seva was a WhatsApp system. You could just type SOS and somebody would guide you to the nearest oxygen plant or where would you get oxygen. You should be all proud. 100 MIT students during that time worked day and night 24/7 to actually make this possible. So if you want to put it in your resume as to what you did for the country during that time, and this was the companies like Google's, like Microsoft, like AWS's of the world, who did not have this mechanism to save their people. But this was MIT and Tech Mahindra that saved a lot of people's lives during that time by directing them to the oxygen. So a big round of applause to MIT over there. Obviously, after this, and this is a funny story, 2023, Sam Altman was here. Sam Altman gave an open challenge to Indian community saying, you can't build a large language model from grounds up. It was my CEO, CP, who got up at 11:30 p.m. and called up and rang me and he said, ye Sam Altman kya bol raha hai? So I had no clue who Sam Altman was. I had no clue what was he saying. So I had to go back and research in terms of what he was saying. So he was saying, India cannot build a large language model in about $10 million. And the task of doing that came to me. This was July. And I said, okay, we'll build it, but what do we build, right? India is diverse. ChatGPT has a lot of Hindi language. What do I really work on? So we started working on dialects, Hindi and 37 plus dialects, right? By the way, you should know that this country of yours speaks 30 mother tongues and 1645 dialects officially. India speaks 19,200 dialects unofficially, right? There is no other country in the world which is as diverse linguistically and also other parameters of what you do. And your dialect changes, yes, but the dialect has subtle words. If they are not counted, they'll make a bad mistake. For example, if I say, last week I saw a film, Hindi mein hum bolte hain, pichle hafte maine ek picture dekhi. If there's a Marwadi person in the room, and core Marwadi, he would say, Larla hafte, maine film dekhi. Now, if Larla as a token is not encountered by you, the Levenstein distance allows you to make Larla equal to Ladla. So, Ladla hafte maine ek film dekhi has no connotational meaning for Hindi. So, I had to collect that data. India's obviously lack of data, lack of digital data in terms of what to do. Obviously, with the government support now, AI course and some of the other things that are being built, we are getting a data. So, we sent Buddhist mission teams to Hindi heartland to collect data, carrying a microphone in the hand and bole, sir, kuch boliye. The person who was saying was, kya bole? I says, kuch bhi boliye, lekin apni dialect mein boliye. This is how 1 trillion amount of data or tokens of data I collected. And we made India's first large language model from grounds up. This is called Project Indus. It's actually live today on Hugging Face. You can download it. It's an open source system. And based on that, we are now building India's largest educational large language model as part of the India AI mission. Secondly, there were some fallacies that were talked about on AI, right? If you are thinking that AI is just another tool, you're absolutely under a rock. It's no longer a tool. Somebody has also said, please consider it as an augmentation system for yourself. It's absolutely wrong. You are the augmenter of AI. AI is no longer the augmenter for you. In the next 10 years, and this is a subdued response of 10 years, I was actually going to give you 5 years as well. In the next 5 years, each one of you sitting here can face a job loss scenario completely overtaken by AI unless and until you are a plumber or you are an electrician. If you are in the technological field, and this is hard fact, I am not going to mollycoddle it by any ways. If you do not understand the basics and the crux of the language of AI, you are likely to be replaced the next day. I can replace each one of your jobs, even sitting today, by a simple mechanism that can run for 2 months. So please understand this, that you have to wake up. And if you don't wake up, AI is going to make you wake up. That's the first fallacy that you're going to have in your life. The second fallacy is, AI चलता है और नहीं भी चलता है, कभी कभार bias करता है, कभी कभार hallucinate करता है. Well, AI will continue to stay with its bias. There is no one in this world, and I can tell you after 20 years of my research, no bias will be removed. You will have to work with the constraints of the bias. Why? You all sit with biases today. You have biases. You are ethical in terms of your response to the society, but you still have bias. How will you expect a system made by a human being become non-biased all of a sudden by making it more responsible, right? So biases will stay. You will have to work within the constraints of bias. There is a lot of talk that you will hear in these forums, and people will talk to you about responsible AI. It's such a big word that everybody is making a sham out of it. Responsible AI by definition itself has 7 parameters. I have written my paper myself. I'm a fellow of the World Economic Forum. There are 7 parameters of responsible AI. A, number 1, transparency. I should be able to tell you that I took this decision. Well, it's not possible. At least not till now. AI runs on deep neural networks. Deep neural networks do not have a white box. They are a black box system. So I cannot tell you what transparency I do. AI should be accountable. This is one phase that you can be accountable. In fact, I would ask MIT to make a constitutional way in terms of making every student sign a pledge that I will be accountable of what to do. This is human facet. You can do this part of responsible AI. Number 3, AI would be explainable. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Whoever is telling you that I will make AI explainable is actually telling you a lie. I still cannot explain anything that happened in my neural network. I'll give you an example. I started working, you remember the snake game that used to happen? You will eat, the snake will go bigger by up, down, right, left, and it'll eat the food, etc. So we did an experiment in my lab in Pune. We actually said we made the AI go over 24 hours to say 4 parameters I will give you: up, down, left, right, eat the food, increase your length. And I left the machine open for 24 hours. In the morning when I came, the snake was moving diagonally. I had to shut off the system. There is an emergent behavior happening in AI. You will notice it and you will unnotice it suddenly, saying, हमारे साथ नहीं हो सकता ये. ऐसा नहीं है, आप ही के साथ होगा. So the emergent behavior of AI will make it more and more less explainable. So that facet of responsibility goes out of the window. Right? These are all fallacies that are being sold to you, right? So anyways, I thought I'll end up with something which I met. I met the Prime Minister. I was so humbled. He was, look, the guy knows his stuff. He knows what he wants out of India. He knows where we are going. So I think one of the 2 students who came to us, brilliant students who came to us, they said they will make a model which is the largest model for India for voice. And they will make it for emotions. So I don't know whether you realized or not, I realized suddenly that Pradhan Mantri said, बच्चे एक काम करना, राम नाम सत्य है, इसका इमोशन डालोगे. The two guys were stumped. Now Ram Naam Satya is a statement which is correct, but when used in different connotations can mean different meanings. So the Prime Minister knew what he was talking about, right? The second thing that the Prime Minister told me was, देखिए निखिल जी, आज भी हमारा किसान ऊपर देख के नीचे बीज बोता है. आज भी कोई मॉडल किसान के लिए नहीं चलता है. ये लोग जितना मर्जी बोल रहे हैं हम एग्रीकल्चर में एआई डालेंगे, किसान वैसे ही काम करता है. So I told him, sir, मैंने कुछ काम किया इसमें, and I want Mr. Nagesh to actually stand up. I think he is the one who actually helped me. Tech Mahindra and 4 people are the only people in the world who have taken Indian Panchang and created it into an algorithm, and it was Nagesh's team who actually helped me do a lot of this stuff behind the scenes. So give yourself a round of applause. It's absolutely according to what the Prime Minister said, and we found an algorithm that we could predict precipitation about 15 times or 15% better than the Indian IMD as well. What's in it for you as a student? Right? What do you do? बहुत कुछ हो रहा है वर्ल्ड में, यहाँ पे भी हो रहा है, वहाँ पे भी हो रहा है, you follow Twitter, etc. One thing that you should make sure of is your basics should be absolutely right. You should know probability, you should know statistics, you should know calculus, largely differential, but you should know portions where AI is going to get impacted in the use cases. I think Mayuresh talked about it very eloquently, saying diffusion of AI and use cases is important. You should know this and then find the use case where AI should be diffused. That's number 1 for you. Number 2 for you, don't fall out for traps and fallacies. Right? AI suddenly ye ho gaya, AI suddenly ho gaya. With all the advances of AI, there are still some challenges with AI. It's still tip of the iceberg. There's a lot of research still needs to be done for AI to make sure that models understand the way you understand your emotions, and you are the most creative person in the room at that point in time, right? So for students, learn well, learn the basics right, don't skim over and don't use AI as an API. You should be able to write your own code and should be able to do whatever AI is doing today. With that, I'll thank you and thank, wishing you all the best to all the students over here. So best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. And now I request Mr. Rohan Salgarkar, sir, to kindly say a few words to our young minds here.
I'll just take 2 minutes. I know you guys are hungry and would like to head for lunch. But this is a privilege and honor for me. I'm one of you. I am a prodigy of MIT Institute. So it's a great honor and respect to the professors out here who give me this opportunity to speak. My name is Rohan Salgarkar. I head the sales for a company called as Markets and Markets. I'm sure few of you who are in Pune know about this company, but we are into market research and intelligence. I would like to speak about AI, and rather I would say I would like to speak about the impact of AI on the industry that I come from, as well as the role I play. But there is another session that will be taken up after this, in which I'll speak in detail. But just wanted to say a hi to all, as well as would like to give you a complete assessment of how this works in detail whenever we meet. For now, I would just want to say thank you and would like to take a leave and join back again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I would request Mr. Syed Jafri, sir, to kindly say a few words.
A very good afternoon, everyone. I believe all of you must be hungry. Yes or no? That's all I was expecting. I will not take a lot of your time. I would request you to take out your mobiles in the hand and let's do few numbers. Can you check what is the asset under management for BlackRock and tell me the number? Anyone from the crowd? What is the asset under management which BlackRock is managing? 13 trillion? So BlackRock is the biggest in the world. All of us agree? I'll give you a few more names. Can you check what is the asset under custody of State Street? Anyone from the crowd? Sorry? Asset under custody. Please check. You can use AI. What is the number? I think last time when I checked, it was 51 trillion. It is 51? All right, another name, BNY Mellon. What is the asset under custody of BNY? Bank of New York. $57 trillion. The reason I picked these numbers, State Street already has started implementing AI in their automation. BNY, again, I'm not a spokesperson of BNY. I'm sharing as an educational purpose. They have given the efficiency rate of 25% this year, and they are investing heavily on the agentic AIs. So my suggestion to all of you, irrespective of whichever industry you want to get into, speak with the industry practitioners who are working in that industry. Be thankful to your management. I know all of you are hungry. I have been there like few years back, and you will be here few years forward. So respect each other, and that's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I would like to invite Dr. Biswajit Mohapatra, sir, Head Customer Solutions and CIO Advisory, Amazon Web Services, to kindly address us.
Hello. Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon. Just trying to wake you up, basically, right? So I don't know what to say. Two difficult challenges that I have with me now. First, all the previous speakers has already talked about whatever you guys wanted to really hear about AI, right? And the second challenge is I am almost standing between you and lunchtime, right? But I'll try to do some justice here. First of all, I want to quote Abdul Kalam, who once said, "You have to dream before your dreams come true." And here we are, turning those dreams into realities by pushing the boundaries of what is possible with innovation, impact, as well as intelligence. So thank you very much for that. And thank you, ma'am, and entire MIT staff to have me here with all of you today. So what I'm going to share with all of you today, three things. The first thing I'll share about how the industry is really changing. The second point I would like to share about what magic we all are building today. And the third point I'll talk about is what is the opportunity for all of us. Let me start with how the industry is really changing in front of us. As all of us know, and some of the previous speakers already talked about, the world is really becoming more intelligent, more interconnected, and more instrumented today. That is giving all of us an opportunity to think differently, act differently, as well as transform differently. There's evolution of a new business paradigm that is happening ahead of all of us. That's again happening across three distinct dimensions. The first dimension is new business model. Every industry today is trying to reinvent the business process, reshape the industry. There is increased focus on market activation ahead of all of us. The second dimension is about new ways of doing things. There is focus on actionable insights, focus on responsive operations. And the third dimension, which is the last one, but not the least, is all about you and me. It's about the industries, it's about the academia. It's all about building the restless talent that all of us are focused on building within ourselves, within industry, as well as within the academia. The next point is ecosystem orchestration. Today, no matter how large a company you are or how small a company you are, to deliver those differentiated value proposition to your customers, you need to, at times,
leverage your ecosystem, at times work with your competition to deliver those solutions to your customers. My mentor, ex-CEO of IBM, Ginny Robotti, used to say, there is nothing called competition today. It's all about competition and cooperation together. So today, the time ahead of all of us is to really leverage ecosystem, leverage your partnership, leverage the competition to deliver those differentiated value to your customers. And when this reinvention journey is happening ahead of us, of course, no brainer, we know that culture of agile innovation, as well as some of the speakers talked about secured hybrid cloud foundation. That's the foundation service that all of us really need to build skill upon. And that's fueling some of the next gen technologies like whether it is quantum computing, high performance computing, sustainability, cyber security, cognitive automation, intelligent workflows, so on and so forth. That's what the industry is focused today. And if I put it into perspective, there is no company which is not a technology company today. Even if you look at a bank is actually a technology company with a banking license. That's the way the whole industry is really evolving ahead of all of us. If I come to the second point that I wanted to really talk about, which is what magic all of us are building today. I was going through a report that was published by McKinsey 3 months back. This says it's a $3.5 trillion AI adoption opportunity. $3.5 trillion. And can any of you guess what's the biggest use case when we talk about this AI adoption opportunity? Any ideas? What's the biggest use case? It's not any domain use case. It's all about building software solutions. Software development is the biggest use case for AI adoption as per the analysis done by McKinsey. And when we talk about software adoption, the important part is most of the non-core use cases are actually stable stakes. Every company really has to adopt it. The golden use cases are the use cases that companies need to find out that can bring the differentiated value and help positioning of those organizations ahead of their competition and ahead of the business, right? So if you really look at, there's a paradigm change that's happening all of us. I almost consider it as a Renaissance movement that probably happened 600 years back in Europe and extended to the entire world. Any one of you have interest in history who knows Renaissance movement? Right? After decades of or centuries of stagnation, people started realizing and rejuvenating the human potential in Europe. Right? That's the time Leonardo da Vinci or Michelangelo, Gutenberg, right? Copernicus, they came into think and looking at human potential on a different scale. It was explosion of not only technology, it was explosion of art, explosion of science, explosion of innovation, explosion of technology, all happening together. We are at the same inflection point at this point of time. Not only technology, it's also explosion of curiosity as well as intelligence, as well as intelligent systems that is happening as we speak. I happened to meet one of the famous American Japanese scientists, and his name is Michio Kaku. I don't know if any of you follow him in Twitter or anywhere. So as for him, we are at the inflection point when it comes to AI, right? And we are in 100 years of journey of AI. We are at the tip of the iceberg at this point of time. We started with intelligent automation agents, which kind of automated some of the repetitive tasks. Then we moved into some of the autonomous generative AI agents, which kind of automated the workflows. And now, the era we are in, we are talking about automating multiple workflows as autonomous systems, which can really mimic humans' reasoning as well as their behavior, right? That's the way AI is progressing. And if you really look at the next trend of AI, as per Michio Kaku's prediction, it's going to be growth of lot of trustworthiness of AI that Harold already talked about, or building intelligent systems, or like Mr. Vivek Singh talked about, building the forward-leaning policy ecosystems. That's going to be the future. So that's the Renaissance moment for all of us at this point of time. And we all are Renaissance developers. Somewhere or other, we are touching AI. We all are Renaissance developers. When I say Renaissance developers, the Renaissance developers has to have some critical capabilities. That will make us successful in the marketplace today. What are those critical capabilities? Number one, all of us really need to be curious and creativity. Curiosity and creativity is the key, no matter what technology, what AI systems that you are using today. Second point is, it's all about building resilient systems. We need to build those resilient systems, look at the entire rainforest ecosystem rather than looking at the plants, rather than looking at the trees. The third point is, learning is social. A lot of learning really happens when we attend conferences and seminars like this. So focus on learning, collaborating with people instead of going through lines and lines of pages, right? The next point about the behavior of a Renaissance developer is, how can we become a polymath? How can we connect the dots that others do not see? That will make us very, very successful in our career going forward. The last one, again, is about, I call it as C3s. We need to all develop skills around collaborate, co-create, as well as co-execute. That's critical for our success in coming days. Now I'll come into the third part of my presentation, which is all about what is the opportunity for us. We are at a very, very inflection point at this point of time when it comes to India. 5 million plus developer community in India today, 5 million plus, and all of us are part of that, right? It's second largest STEM population across the globe, right? 2,000 plus GCCs or global MNCs development centers operating out of India today, world's largest, and second largest startup ecosystem across the globe, right? I strongly believe we are at the inflection point and India is in a perfect playground for most of the technology companies of the world to play. So this is the opportunity for us to leverage and really take India's AI journey to the next level as we speak. And the data itself says, if we look at some of the McKinsey's published data, almost 76% of the organizations in India today are leveraging, in at least one of their functions, leveraging AI to accelerate their business outcomes. A study done by IDC says almost 60% of those organizations have already started moving from pilot to production in 2025. And out of those 66% of the organizations, 40% of the organizations have already started seeing some kind of value coming out of AI as per the published data, which got published 2 weeks back by Deloitte, right? That's the level of AI adoption that's happening in India at this point of time. So AI is important, whether we like it or not. AI is going to stay with all these data points that I'm sharing with you. So let's address the elephant in the room. If that is what is happening, what is the elephant in the room? Any of you having any butterflies in the stomach at this point of time? Apart from the food that making us hungry, right? I think we like it or not, we say it or not, everybody, one of us has a question in mind, which also some of the previous speakers talked about. Is AI going to take our job? Answer is maybe, right? Is AI going to make us obsolete? Answer is absolute no. Absolute no, if and only if we evolve. Remember, the work is ours. The work is not tools. And we are developers, we are builders, and nothing is going to change that. Work is ours. We have to use tools and evolve our skills to make best use of AI going forward. To make that happen, we need to move from, like if I look back my career, probably I'll just take 2 minutes, ma'am. I know I've already got a out of time notification. If I look at 30 years back when I started my career, the requirement for developers was a I-shaped skill, English letter I. Have deep expertise in one of the skills. Slowly that moved into a skill level that is called T-shaped skills. Deep expertise in one area and horizontal skills across multiple areas. From T-shaped skills, we slowly moved into pie-shaped skills. Today, the era we are in, we have to build comb-shaped skills. Deep expertise across multiple areas and horizontal skill across multiple areas. That's going to make us very, very successful. With that, I just wanted to conclude by saying that the next era that's going to help us to build, unlock the business value and drive innovation, utilizing all of our things is going to be driven by 3 points. Technology, talent, as well as transformation. All of us need to really focus on that. Lastly, I just wanted to share some of my experience. The first thing, to become successful, For the students specifically, I will recommend focus on learning, unlearning, and relearning all the time. That's the mantra of the hour. Second point is have unreasonable aspirations that has nothing to do with the reality. And the third point, have an attitude that you can never do things alone. Remember these points, and I'll conclude here saying that there is no compression algorithm for experience. Try in every interaction, every activity that you do, how can you get those experience so that you become successful. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable address to our students here. And next, I would request Dr. Ganesh Pathak, sir, Dean SOC, to present the vote of thanks.
So only I say thank you everyone. But listen, you have one homework. Just remember all industry leaders' name and at least 1 point. This is your homework because I have noted down each and every speaker, industry leader 1 point that tomorrow I will share with you. I want to test your attention time and your patience too. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. And now to conclude, I request everyone to kindly rise up for the national anthem.